You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, look at us. Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
What's happening, everybody? I'm here. What is going on? It is Friday. What's going on, everybody? Who's out there? Oh, it is Friday. Thank God. Oh, man. Talk about a week. What's going on? Everybody filing in, getting to the Vodka Stream Lounge. Pour your drinks. Get your drinks. Settle in. We got some stuff to discuss tonight. My Lord, do we have some. Yeah, no guests tonight, but plenty of discussion as we do here in the Vodka stream. What's happening, everybody? All right, who we got out there? Everybody's already filing in right here. Yeah, I had to change. You know what? It's funny because when I first initially made the Vodka stream and the thumbnail and everything like that, I effed up on the on Denis his comment about. I first put copy and paste because it's just you always think copy paste but he said cut and paste, so I had to change it up a little bit. So sorry about that. That actually threw somebody off because I think one of the first comments on the stream, somebody's like, "Hey, they're not copying." It's like, yeah, whoops. Thank you actually, because that made me realize, hey, I messed up. I messed up on the on what to call this. What's going on? Hey, see, there you go. Brian's got it right. You got to combine was right with Dave though. That's how the hashtag works though. But hey. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate that. What's going on there, Eric? Good to see you. Good to see us. Good to see all y'all. What's going on? All right. We got Mr. Lane here, of course, who's always championing the Garza's right hashtag. What is up? Pop. We got Josh here. How you doing? Poppy. Ooh, I'm doing pretty good. Like I said, I tell you what, it's just been nonstop work, just frustrations and stressed. Try not to be, but and I'm probably gonna have to work a little bit this weekend just because of things. But yeah, Vodka Stream never starts on time. That's right. Got to make a fashionable entrance. Come on. Hey, I think there, Buddington. How you doing? We need more. Yeah, we definitely do, Mr. Northern. Yes, and tomorrow's Batman Day, so that's pretty cool. What's going on, Ryan? I want to say, hey, you're working. You're at school. Have fun. Well, glad you dropped by. ¿Dónde estás? I'm here. Don't worry. Yeah, aquí. Yeah, let that party begin. What's going on, Mr. Jason McKenzie? What's going on? How you doing? Ahoy, hoy. Let's do it. Yep, we got Mama Film Junkee here. Hi, Mom. Love you. Oh, yeah. Viva la Mexico. Still, you know what? I'm going to order the trilogy, actually. That's what I decided on. When I went out yesterday, I found, yes, there was a 4K copy, but I was like, you know what? I'm just going to get the entire trilogy instead. So, yeah, I'll probably do, after all what I said, I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to get it on Amazon because because anywhere else that has a trilogy, it's more expensive. But hey, how about them numbers, right? Yes. What's going on, Mr. William Powell? Good to see you. Bring Amanda on. She was here last week. Oh, you're talking about that, Amanda. Yeah. Boom, boom, lemon. Yes. Again, and I love that you're John Wick. Again, that did sound refreshing, right? When you watch that, I was like, I want to try that. I definitely want to try that. Yo, Abel, how you doing? Mr. Carey, how you doing? The title of the stream had me worried this was going to become. No. It's not going to become that. Don't worry. I don't think it's going to be now. It's going to. There'll be discussions of that. Don't worry. We're just going to discuss all that. I just immediately when I thought of that, when the whole cut and paste thing, I was like, well, that's what I'll title the Vodka stream this Friday automatically. It's like, yeah, cut and paste. I always try to title it like it would be like a single on an album or an album cover or something like that. And since I didn't have a guest, I was like, yeah, perfect. Yo, what's going on, Drift? Good to see you. Your Friday sucked a little bit. Supposed to watch, yeah. This is, it's cracked. That's no good. Happy hour. Pour a drink, Mr. Lobo. What's going on, Chuck? What's your opinion on these Batman spinoff series? Gritty or more? Nah, it's going to be gritty, dude. Come on. It's Matt Reeves. HBO Max. It's going to be okay. It's not going to be CWBS. Don't worry. I trust Matt Reeves 100%. So what's going on, Mr. Claytalian? Good to see you. Good to see you, buddy. Tyler, how you doing? Hey. Yeah. Hey, we got Jose here. What's up, people? It's my sister's B-Day, so going to be busy with that. Have a great stream. Well, thank you for stopping by, Jose. Go Giants. I saw the Dodgers lost today to the Reds. Be careful. Well, I guess they don't have to be careful. You know, Giants and Dodgers are in the playoffs regardless, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Giants, I saw, were currently winning against the Braves, which is a little nerve-wracking, but, you know, whatever. It's fine. It's totally fine. Playing Mass Effect 2 while listening to stream. Hey, that works. Whatever you got to do, man, just keep it on in the background. Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Vegas says hi. Oh, trust me. After the last, I mean, it's just the way that things are, man. I am going Vegas. Ooh, man. Man, it's time to, you know, it's almost time to make that move. Almost time. Almost time. What's going on, Aussie? Aussie. How you doing? Take it easy. Yeah, take it easy, Jose. Throw a link to Zack. You never know when he might pop up. You don't think I don't do that? I always try to throw a link to that guy. Yeah, I know. I'm just kind of wondering when I should throw a link to that other director. You know what I'm talking about. That's right. Teehee. Oh. Going to the Black Dahlia murder and after the burial concert tomorrow in Los Angeles. Wow, that sounds awesome. The Sunday heading to SoFi Stadium to Dallas Cowboys and Chargers. Look at you, Aztec. You're just living it up here, man. I love it. What's going on, Mr. Eric? Your event had a great show. And yeah, I tried to, I saw a couple of tweets that came about. I tried to retweet them. Sorry, I wasn't more engaged. I was, like I said, work's just been slamming me, man. Work's been slamming me, so sorry about that. But yeah, I try to retweet a couple of stuff like that. You know, I saw that because, you know, Amy Adams is our Lois Lane. It's right. It's okay. It's okay. It's a different ball game when it comes to the playoffs. Okay, it's a different ball game. But, you know, Giants, even though the Giants dropped 2 straight to the Padres, which has me a little nervous, not going to lie, a little nervous that they dropped to the Pods. But, you know, what can you do? Tim, wonder if we will get a Court of Owls live action film. I think, I mean, to be honest, I think Matt Reeves is kind of touching a little bit. I think he's going to touch a little bit into that world, to be honest. Sounds like it. You watch that first Batman trailer, you kind of go, Take it easy, Jose. Thanks for stopping by as per usual. Just make sure you hit that dislike button before you leave. Carrie, I'm watching Insidious for the first time. Damn, James Wan. Yes. I mean, that's one thing that James Wan does. He knows how to build tension. He knows how to build that tension, man. That's what I love about him. Make sure you guys are checking out Malignant too, man, because that movie is just classic. As much as like Conjuring and Insidious are also great too, but man, I tell you what, Malignant just really just scratched that itch of just those classic 70s, 80s like horror films. Yeah, whatever, William. The Ginnats. Yeah, whatever. If you're gonna insult them, make sure you spell their name right, huh? And tonight, watching this badass stream with you. Yes, cheers. I like it. Yeah, like I said. What's your favorite Vegas casino? It's a good question. I do like the Venetian. You know, but I also like the Mandalay Bay. I had some good times at the Mandalay Bay. There was one time where we got into it was like a few years ago when I was there. Mandalay Bay, we had a really good time one time at the Mandalay Bay, me and some friends, where we got invited free into a burlesque show, which was amazing. Yeah, that's right. It was like, what is this? All right, cool. And we went in there. Oh, that's what this is. Well then, giddy up. Yeah, like that. It's pretty good stuff. So yeah, we'll see. We got Hal Jordan here. Have you seen the deleted scenes? Yeah, I've been seeing them float around a little bit. Some of them you could be like, yeah, I could see why they deleted them. I mean, you know, that's just the way it is. You know, that's why they delete them. Sometimes, yeah, you kind of go. Deleted scenes are funny because sometimes you'll be like, yeah, I could see most of the time you're going, hey, I could see why they removed that. It doesn't really work, doesn't really flow with the scene. And then other times you're like, why? Why? Why did you delete that? I mean, if you look at my Twitter right now, you could see that some of the Shailene Woodley MJ stuff was all happening right there. You know, like some people were like posting images and stuff, and I'm going like, yeah, I mean that they just want to delete that whole little story arc because who knows what the hell they were thinking when all that. But that kind of stuff you kind of wonder. But yeah, when you have a film that hasn't been really dicked with, and you know the director was like, nah, got to get rid of that. But then you watch someone like the specific deleted scenes like James Cameron. It must be really difficult for him to delete scenes, I think, because anytime that I've watched a director's cut of his films, my God, it's just, I kind of go, why did you decide to do that? That's, man. And when it came to Terminator 2, I don't know if he's ever, was there a director's cut of the first Terminator? I don't know. But then you got like, I remember I've watched Aliens director's cut, Abyss. The Abyss had like a whole, that ending of The Abyss, man, he deleted like a whole thing that I was going like, man, I mean, there was like hours, there was like just tons of man hours that put into special effects. And sometimes you wonder, you go, why did they decide to delete that kind of stuff? But then it's always great when you see a director's cut that gets released. But yeah, it seems like when it comes to James Cameron films, you're like, okay, why did you delete that? Oh, maybe he knew that, oh, eventually there'll be a director's cut. Images, yes. Right there. So, hey, how's it going, Damon? Good to see you. So, all right. Well, I've already opened this bottle. You know, I got it yesterday. That's why I got it yesterday when I was out and about. Well, first off, guys, well, let me pour this. So this is what I got today, guys. It's going to be a little bit of a bourbon stream today because I got George Dickel bourbon. That's right, Dickel. George Dickel Bourbon Whiskey, Cascade Hollow Distillery. That's right, our finest quality bourbon, aged 8 years. So what I decided to get today, or yesterday I got it, I should say. So doing the bourbon thing. Oh, you got to love that sound. Oh, I didn't make a good sound. Not a good enough sound, but it's okay. And also, guys, I bought a little glass, a little specific drinking glass that, you know, I'm trying to be all fancy and sophisticated somehow. I don't know why. I don't know what, I just needed another glass, but look at my little glass here. You're supposed to hold it like this, right? Or is it between these? There you go. You got to do it like that. But yeah, so there you go, guys. Cheers. Cheers to the vodka stream, even though it's not vodka, but cheers. I don't know how to drink it like that. It's like, you know, I don't know how drummers do the drumming like that. You know, I can't drum like that. So anyways, cheers, guys. It's got some bite to it. Definitely got some bite to it. So, but also, if you guys notice, there's a man of aqua right here that is holding a pointy fork. That's right. So added to the collection. Of course, I only have 3 of the Justice League members right up here. But yes, I found my Aquaman yesterday. I went to the comic book shop that is just over the hill that I love going to. I tell you what, I could have spent like probably $500 there because it just, everything was screaming at me to buy. But found Aquaman, immediately grabbed him up. So, yep, got my little Aquaman. Not little Aquaman. I got my Aquaman right here, McFarlane figure. So he's added to the group. All I need now is Wonder Woman, Steppenwolf, and Darkseid, which I think Darkseid I'm already got coming. They actually had a Steppenwolf there, but I resisted because I was buying other things. You know, you got to budget yourself sometimes. I probably shouldn't have done that. I probably should have just bought it, but whatever. But I also got my Xenomorph Pop, which is awesome. So there you go. That was my purchase yesterday as well. And then I couldn't pass up another alien from They Live, holding a newspaper, of course. So, you know, if you guys haven't seen John Carpenter's They Live, please do yourself a favor. Got that guy as well. And then, of course, I got my John McClane right there that I ordered off Amazon. So, yeah, there's the new Pops right there and the new McFarlane figure. So, you know what's funny, though? Anybody else have this problem? It's just becoming like a problem, and he was the most difficult one to get out of the box. Why are McFarlane figures so difficult to get out of the box? Why? Why are they so hard to get out of the box, man? he was particularly difficult to get out of the box. Man, it's like I had to get scissors to get him out of the box, on the plastic. I mean, they crammed these figures into the plastic so freaking tight, man. I was like worried I was going to break the guy. And then his hand wouldn't open up so I could put the fucking quindent in there. Man, tell you what, it was difficult. It was definitely difficult, man. So, like, you pull him out of the box, and I was like, first I'm like, geez, all right, I just couldn't get him out. I always feel like I'm going to break these figures every time I pull them out of the box, out of the plastic. And it's just like, all right. And then I finally got him out. And yeah, it was the first time I used scissors. So he was the most difficult. I'm kind of worried about the others because, I do plan on getting all of them. I think I got a Dark Side coming, and then Steppenwolf is probably going to be the most difficult to get out of the box because that spiky fucker is going to be really difficult to get out of the box, man. I tell you. So, but yeah, I used scissors to get him out, and then I was trying to get the quindent in his hand, and I thought I was going to break off his thumb. I was going easy, and then I finally got it in there. I was like bending the thumb. The thumb was all like, and then finally I got it in there, and I was like, okay, good. We're fine. We're good. And yeah, so now he's holding it, and I'm like, all right, don't touch him now. But so yeah, Aquaman, of course, the most difficult to get out of the box. And to be honest, I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes like the faces, I kind of look at it because I think I was talking with Wonder Meg because she has the Dune figures that are coming in, and she even said this. I mean, she said this to me too, and I realized that doesn't the face of this Jason Momoa figure not as good as the Duncan Idaho figure for Dune. Not as good. And I've seen the Duncan Idaho one. And it's true. Duncan Idaho figure looks better than this figure. So, and I think somebody actually did a review and said like they are like somebody who used to work for McFarlane Toys or whatever said that they rushed these guys, and you could kind of go like, yeah, maybe I could see that a little bit. Even though I like the Superman really looks pretty good to me. Even though with the black suit Superman, for some reason I can't get him straight when it comes to him on his little fucking Assassin's Creed arm thing right here that holds him up. I can't get him straight, but the regular Superman that's over there on my desk, for some reason he could get straight. Yeah. But the Batman looks awesome. I don't know. Batman looks awesome. Still do not understand why they don't have him in the normal. I wish I can get a McFarlane like normal Bat costume. That's what I wish I can do. That's what I wish I can get. But it's whatever. But hey, okay. So the black suit Superman, it's sexy. It definitely is. So yeah, it's definitely good. I love the black suit Superman. Of course. I mean, when you watch Zack Snyder's Justice League, I mean, I've said it before. It's up there with my favorite costumes. The black and silver suit just pops on the screen. Damn it. I just wish I could have saw it on the big screen, on a big, huge screen, IMAX screen. But maybe that could happen come next year, Come next year for SnyderCon. Maybe that's what can be the case. I don't know if I think that's what Zack wants to try to do. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe Zack wants to do that. I don't know if he wants to do like a little rent out an IMAX theater for the weekend and play the whole trilogy. I think that's what his plan is. That would be sweet. Just imagine watching Man of Steel, BVS, and Zack Snyder's Justice League all in a weekend. SnyderCon sounds good to me. Definitely sounds good to me. So, I know. You know what? I'm not catching a cold. I think it's just, it's not that. It's not I'm like catching a cold. I do have there's like a little bit of like, nose thing that's happening. Yes. But it's like, I don't have like an actual cold. I don't know why. I just got a little bit of nose stuff. Maybe it's like an allergy thing. I don't know. Maybe it's the whiskey that's bringing it out. No, don't worry, guys. I won't give you COVID. I swear. I won't give you COVID. No, don't worry. I think I still have my antibodies. I'll be all right. I'll be all right. So I think I'll be all right. I don't know. But yeah, we'll be talking about a lot of things that happened this week. I tell you what, Jesus Christ. I tell you what, this week has been absolutely insane. It's been insane. It just really has. Well, the Christopher Nolan stuff, and then you got the Denis stuff, and then just other things. We don't have to get into the whole politics of a lot of things, but man, to end the week on Twitter with swollen balls trending. What the fuck? What planet do we live on right now? Swollen balls. Like, what? I don't even know. I don't even get it. It's swollen balls. That's right. That's what ended this week right here. That's what ended, like when you talk about Friday and trending. Swollen balls. Nicki Minaj, man, just going buck wild. Nicki Minaj get red pilled? What? Who knows, man? It was just a crazy week. And then you had some Yulu stuff that happened yesterday. Because, it was so great because, you guys watched my video today. Hopefully you guys watched my my Denny video today about his comments because I recorded it last night after I got home. It was just nice after, my stupid tweet, semi-stupid tweet. I just worded it wrong, but you guys kind of get where I was going with all that. It was just kind of nice to, after, on Thursday, just kind of like, hey, let's go outside. Let's go outside. Let's go out. Let's mingle. Let's get out with the people. Let's go to the comic book shop. Let's go here. Let's run some errands. And then let's go to the movies, which is great. It was absolutely fantastic to just get out. And I almost didn't. I almost thought, man, maybe I won't go to the movies. But I'm glad I did. I enjoyed Cop Shop. If you guys saw my first reaction, I did enjoy Cop Shop. It's a nice little contained small movie. If you enjoy Joe Carnahan's movies, do yourself a favor, watch that movie. If you like Gerard Butler, you like Frank Grillo. Frank Grillo's a good dude. I'm glad. I always find it surreal that I actually talked to the man. It's interesting, but I should have tried to reach out again and talk to him again. But yeah. If you guys do yourself, but it was just nice and like just get out and just do all that, and of course find all the new toys. Which, man, I'm running out of space. I tell you, I got to get a new shelf. That's what I got to do. I got to definitely get a new shelf. Dave just yells swollen balls. I know. 4 times. Did I say it 4 times? I tell you what, man, it's getting crazy out there. It really is getting crazy out there. I mean, this whole thing, but it's funny because I just find it funny. I just sit back and watch. That's all. That's all it is. I just sit back and watch. Why not? Why not just sit back and watch? Just watch the whole thing and just kind of, because you just see everything go crazy. And then there was like a whole like protest that was happening in Atlanta that were supporting Nicki, and I'm like, it was just it's all a weird thing. It's all a crazy thing, when it comes to what's happening out in the world. But everybody just do you. That's all I have to say about that. Just do you. That's all you got to do. Just do you. Don't worry about other people. Do you. Worry about your family and your, do all that. Make sure everybody's doing your own thing. It's not. That's all I just kind of do is like, just do you, when it comes to your close immediate family, your friends and stuff like that, just like, hey, long as we're okay, right? We're good. I think we'll be okay. I think we'll make it through, I think we'll definitely make it through. Let's let all these popular people start, making their arguments and stuff like that. But it does get a little ridiculous, especially when people, I never thought like Nicki Minaj would be like be spearheading some other stuff. It's just like, what the hell? It's pretty crazy, but that's besides the point. I think I actually would rather talk about more of the stuff that's been happening, of course, in the movie world, because man, Christopher Nolan, Denis, I can't say his last name. Yeah, I always struggle with that, but I just that's going to be of course the topic of the main conversation, I guess you could say. But all right, we got some the panel starting to make their way in here. So let me set my tweet. Yeah, we'll get the conversation going because we got a lot to talk about. Definitely got to lot to talk about to have join the stream. All right, guys, let's get the panel rolling in here. Oh man, one disappeared, but it's okay. He'll return. We got Mr. Ray, and of course we got Scotty.
Hi.
He's like, he's writing something. He's writing notes. He's writing notes down.
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm opening a box.
Oh, okay. What's in the box?
What's in the box? What's in the
box?
With a real knife, by the way.
Nice.
Yes, Meg, I'm digging at you again. This is a real knife.
Okay, so explain that.
Yes, please explain that. What does that mean?
Have you never watched any of her unboxing videos?
Oh yeah, I have. Yeah, she doesn't use.
Oh, what is?
She uses a butter knife.
Okay.
She doesn't trust herself. I'm like,
what?
It's a pocket knife. Come on, this is a real knife. You know,
that's not a knife. This is a knife.
Right.
Oh man, no, but you know what? In her defense, when I was during Film Junkee Live, I think it was Tuesday when I got my my McLean right here. It got delivered to me. I did use a pen to open the box. That's all I had around, though. I had a pen.
Okay, but like, I'm sorry. I'm going to give her a little, because depending on what you're unboxing, depending on that plastic, if you're using a butter knife, that requires way more strength to get through the plastic with a butter knife than with.
I'm not talking about strength. I'm talking about efficiency.
That's barely anything, right?
I'm gonna
you're cut. I mean, you know what's kind of funny about that though? That if you think about it, it's like what you're doing right now, Scott, is like you're literally cutting that thing open like butter, and she's using a butter knife.
You should see my DMs. I made that joke. I'm glad to know that Dave and I have the same sense of humor.
There it is. There it is, right there. There it is.
Okay,
man.
So here we go.
Okay, we're getting a live unboxing here, guys. Let's see what's in the box. I'm curious. Oh, there it is. The White Knight, Joker and Batman. There you go.
Yes.
Like it. She got hers today too. I think she posted hers.
Oh, and her box was fucked up.
Yeah, I know. And she's all about the box, by the way.
Yeah, mine's kind of messed up too.
Yeah,
but
a little bit. Yeah, but you're not, you don't care, right? You don't care that much about the box, right?
Not really.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, when my McLean came in, like the box was kind of messed up too, and I had to like send her like, hey, by the way, I'm taking out the box, but just to let you know, I was like, the box was messed up anyways. And she's like, oh, you were gonna take it out anyways. I'm like, yeah, of course I was gonna take it out of the box, but I haven't. You know what? I ordered my Joker and Batman White Knight at the same time you guys did. It hasn't showed up yet, so I don't know when I'm getting mine.
I had it dated for like September 30th, and it just arrived. Oh, not only that, it got UPS delivered to the wrong house.
Oh, of course.
Oh,
I was on the phone with UPS when one of my neighbors, I don't think it was one of my neighbors. I think it was actually somebody just visiting my neighbor who was like, is this yours?
Yeah.
Yeah. That would
sounds about right.
As I'm on the phone with UPS getting ready to ball somebody out.
Like, never mind. We got it.
No, I went on. I was like, okay, this is going from it says it's delivered, but it's not, to someone needs to report the fact that they dropped it at the wrong house.
So this allows me to tell you a story that I can get your input on.
Okay.
Because I don't know what to make of this scenario. You remember, Scott, I don't think I've told you this, Dave, but there was a snafu with me last year concerning the associate producer t-shirt.
Oh yeah, you never got yours.
I never got mine. I was supposed to get it. And it was one of those things where like the network came together and alerted everyone when it was available. Like there was our text chat. Like I was at Meyer, like I'm in the parking lot, and all of a sudden, like I'm getting like texts. I'm getting Scott's calling me. They're like, dude, get on this right now. We need everybody to get this shirt. I made it. I think I was like number 284 or whatever. And it was like this confirmation. All right, cool. Shirt never showed up.
Oh man, that sucks.
About a couple months ago, I was getting in my car over in the parking lot in front of the building, and my downstairs neighbor, older guy, I don't know him. I really don't know any of my neighbors very well at all. he walks out of the apartment building wearing an associate producer shirt.
No, you didn't tell me this.
And here's the thing. It's like, okay, I really want to believe that he's a Zack Snyder fan and that he, that's his. But part of me is like, did they drop it at the wrong fucking apartment? And he just kept it? Right? Like, I don't know. Like, and I'm not going to confront him. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to be a dick like that. Whatever. Just this in my head, because we've had stuff and, we've had packages delivered to wrong buildings and wrong apartments before that where we had to like do that. So I don't know. I'm stuck. I can't.
And to this day, you still don't?
No, no, it's still
He never got the shirt.
He totally took your shirt.
I bought the I have the hoodie. Right? I got the hoodie from each of the people, so I have an associate producer hoodie at least. But like,
okay, that's good.
But yeah, I don't know.
That's so hilarious. He just straight up went, huh? He probably looked at it and said, ripped it open and said, "This is kind of a nice shirt, quality, cool," and he just put it on.
I'm really hoping that he's just another Snyder fan. I'm really hoping that is the case.
Maybe he wasn't at first, but now all of a sudden he is. Like,
okay, you know what? If fine, if that brought him over, then you know what? Okay,
your work is done. Your work is done.
I've given back.
Yes, you've given back to the community. Absolutely. All right, we got Garza and we got Steven Kerbird. What's going on, gentlemen?
Bro, fuck that. I would have been like, first off, I know for a fucking fact that you, being my neighbor, you and I both got the link and fucking got it at the same time. So I want you to know that that's my shirt. And it's cool, and I appreciate you getting it, and probably thought it was cool. At least did you see the fucking film? I would have asked him that. Oh, so what do you think?
Yeah, you were like, wait a minute, what size are you? What size are you? Oh, so am I. Yeah. Interesting.
I would have been so pissed off because
it'd be hilarious if he was clearly bigger than you, but like was wearing like a too tight.
Yeah,
belly button hanging out.
Yeah,
I'd be pissed.
He's like, dude, wait a minute.
He doesn't fit. He doesn't fit. The stereotype. He doesn't fit the.
That's what I'm saying. Like even if he did, I'd still be like, there's no fucking way, okay? Because if you and I were fucking neighbors and we had the same, we were all about Zack, I'd fucking know it. Okay, fuck you for being you happen to have the fucking link when we all know that, dude. We were all like, hey, dude, I got number whatever it was. Okay, no fucking way. Your next door neighbor's like, oh yeah, I was number 8. Fuck you, dude. Sorry. The chances of that happening are like fucking 1 in a billion.
Yeah, he totally got your shirt, man. But it's okay. You got the hoodie. Yeah. And you spread the word. And like I said, hopefully he has the entire trilogy.
Did you look to see if did he put his name on that?
No, he didn't.
Come on. We know people in the community who still haven't put their name on the shirt.
I haven't.
Scared.
I haven't put it on. I haven't put it on the hoodie. No.
I didn't have the marker to do it. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna fuck this up somehow.
Do you need me to literally mail you the marker that I wrote my name on it with?
Maybe.
It's still. I mean, literally, I went to Michael's like the day after that video aired. I went to Michael's. I got the marker, and I've literally only used it that one time to write my name. And your name will be easier because you don't have as many fucking letters as I do.
True. Yeah. Yeah. 5 first name, well, I probably even go with just Dave. Yeah, so 4, so 8 letters. I have my little squiggly over my end, so that I'm gonna fuck that up somehow.
But Scott's pulling a Bo Burnham influencer. Thanks for watching my channel with the knife.
Sorry, there's the one thing that happens when you use it is you get that gunky, packing. Packing
That's
tape.
Open a lot of boxes. That is open a lot of boxes.
I got to go upstairs and go use some, wipe a little Goo Gone on it, let it sit there for a couple of minutes, and that schmuck will come right off. But you got to clean it off too, because then you don't want to rust the knife with the Goo Gone.
Exactly. See, look at that. You got unboxing 101 right here from Scott.
I know, Steven, you just got on, but I'm curious, man. What does Chris Nolan's dick taste like?
Oh, shots already fired, man.
Wow.
Throw a knife at Steven.
Here it is. This. I need
Here it is.
this.
I got it.
Pour,
It's right here.
pour
I
your
need this
drink,
for this
Ray.
week.
We're getting started.
Oh yeah.
Shots
I know.
are already being fired.
Oh, second Warner Brothers.
Speaking of which, I got my Jameson cold brew.
Oh,
After,
dude, I almost got that yesterday. I saw it. I was at Bevmo, and I was like, should I get it? I thought about it because, when Coy was here and he talked about it. Do you have chocolate milk too, or almond milk? Are you trying?
I have chocolate almond milk, yeah.
Oh,
Because chocolate milk, I couldn't do that. Like, I could drink a whole thing of chocolate almond milk, but not a whole thing of chocolate milk. So, yeah.
So you're trying it. Oh, how is it? How is it? Up. Let's get.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah, see? There you go.
It's just like Jameson and it's just like coffee flavored Jameson.
There you go.
Like if you've ever had an Irish coffee, it's just like
Tastes
that,
like
but yeah, but
There you
not
go.
no cream yet until I add the chocolate almond milk.
Gross.
So
What are you drinking, Scott?
I've got the Summer Ice Bud Light Seltzer, but I have it in my book clubs.
There you go. Of course.
I got my my stainless steel tumbler.
Dave, when are you going to get us an alcohol sponsorship?
I know.
we
That's
can-
what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do.
No,
That's
but,
why
I
keep
lo- but look at
keep
what
on
my
getting
book
new
club's
alcohols
called.
over time.
Literally
wasted. I like it. I like it. That's good.
I feel like Kettle One or Goose or somebody should really like,
Or even a smaller vodka. there
Yeah.
was like that what was it, the Lake Tahoe water that I got, something, a small vodka. I'm like, I'm trying, don't worry, I'm like trying. I'm like, that's why I try to get a different kind of brand every week.
the marketing is there, like seriously.
It's there.
That's
That's
stream. Like what the hell?
Yes, exactly. I'm trying to do that.
I just want
dark
to know,
chocolate silk. There we go.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Dave, I'm just asking, when you send me my bottle of Grey Goose, I'm ready for it.
You're ready for it. See,
I'm ready. Just send it my way. Yeah. Mhm.
What do you got, Garza? What are you drinking? You getting white girl wasted or what?
No, it's the beer I always drink. It's one of the best. 7.5%. It's blood and honey. It's what it's called, and it doesn't even taste like beer. It just tastes. I don't even know what to say. Like, it's so good, and then 3 beers in, like depending on what your tolerance is, you're like, oh, okay, well.
Oh, that's good.
The 7.5. That'll just it hits you.
Yeah.
They make it in Granbury, Texas. So
Okay, good old
Okay.
Texas.
delicious, man.
Nice. What about you, Ray? What do you got?
So this is Dirty Blonde. This is from Atwater. Atwater is like, we have so many like awesome breweries in Michigan. Atwater's in Detroit. I've been there before, and yeah, I've mentioned this before. I'm a total fucking beer snob. Like,
Yeah.
If I go in, how like you go in a grocery store and like the beer aisle is like the domestic shit aisle.
Yeah, I fucking hate that. You see the fucking Natty Light,
right?
and
Natty
the Coors
Light, Busch, Coors, all that shit, right? And then you go to the adult side, the adult table, with all the craft everything, and you go into a Kroger here, like in Michigan, and there's even a section where it's just all shit made here. And
same thing in Publix.
like,
Yeah,
this
because
is
that's
one
like
of them, so,
there's
yeah.
the Alabama brewery, like not even the Alabama breweries, but even like the ones from in town.
Yeah.
Have a whole section like right in the middle.
When Amanda and I went on our anniversary trip a few weeks ago, we had stayed at an Airbnb in this like small town in Illinois near like Galena, and we went into this little place called Fat Boys, and Amanda asked what they had on tap. I was like, "Do you have bottles? Or like, what do you have on tap?" And she said, I think she said all of it. It was either everything or I think it was all of it. It's like, oh, all of it. And I was like, there's two kind of places that will say all of it. There's places that have all of it, and there's places that have all of it. And so it was like all of it, as it, Coors, Miller Lite, Bud Light, all of them. We got all that. Like,
All of them, huh?
all of them, yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
all the brands that are everywhere. That
Yeah.
Mhm.
Can you give me something with a little taste to it?
Gross.
Jeez.
No,
But you know what? Speaking of gross, I'm not getting off the fucking subject, Steven. Chris Nolan's dick in mouth. What the fuck does... Come on, dude.
No, I was critical of the things that he said that were critical, and I praised the things that he did that were right. So when he criticized what, so when he you know, when he criticized streaming unfairly, I said, you know, I called out why that was unfair. But the deal that he's got with Discovery, like if there's going to be a theatrical model in the future, sorry, with Universal, you know, one of those not Warner Brothers companies.
That's what it is.
There's if there's going to be a theatrical model in the future, it's gonna be something along those lines. Like either there's no more theaters, or I should say there's theaters that just play versions of what's available on streaming, or if we have artists that are crafting experiences that they intend to be exclusively available in theaters, this is the only way to monetize it. At least unless the market somehow rebounds to what it was before, it's got to be some variation of what his deal is in order for it to be financially viable.
I don't understand what you mean when you say lower budget, because if I'm not mistaken, $100 million for a
World War II movie,
a fucking A-bomb story. Like, don't get me wrong.
Well, no,
sounds interesting.
$100 million is lower than like Tenet was $200 million. When I say lower budget, I'm saying proportionally. So
right, but I mean, what the fuck do you need $100 million to talk about the A-bomb?
in the future? $100 million.
I'm looking this up, but Interstellar was only 165.
Right.
So I mean,
yeah, but 65 is a big difference, though.
But my point though is that if I know Nolan, and I feel like I do, he's not gonna just show us all these A-bombs going off. Like he's gonna want to show us like maybe duds, or he's gonna want to show the like it's gonna ramp up to where we finally see the big fucking A-bomb. Okay, that's about the big visual effects.
And he's going to do it practically. That's the other thing.
Well,
you know he's going to
do.
Well,
they said he's going to do
a bunch of CGI.
They did say there's going to be a bunch of digital effects in this, so I don't know.
Well, there has to be with that.
I mean, just like there was in Interstellar, though. He does the things that you can do. Well, and also, whenever a director says they're doing something practically, it's never practical. I mean, they will do part of it practically, but there's always a significant amount of CGI. You got to remove wires. You got to composite the practical effect against the other practical. Like, there's all sorts of like nothing looks that way in camera.
Well, but in his case, he's already set the state. You know, the truck in The Dark Knight is like his standard, right? Like that whole started this whole idea of you're actually going to do this shit instead of like compositing it in post production.
And then when it came to Tenet, he was like, "I'm going to crash a plane into a fucking hangar," you know?
Yeah. Well,
like, we're not going to CGI or model this. This is going to actually happen.
And like I think famously, like my favorite of his movies, Inception. He said there's like one digital VFX like shot in the whole movie, and it's the damage that the train does when it's driving down the street. He said they couldn't recreate that practically when it was ripping up the road. That's like the one digital shot. Everything else is like practically done. Like even the train is like an 18-wheeler with a train like shell over top of it. Like that.
Well, right, but I mean, you talk to any visual, like especially talk to a compositor, and they're going to be like pissed off that someone suggests like there's. When they say that, what they mean is like we shot like the train itself is not CGI, or like for example the scene where they're outside the shop, the cafe, and it explodes. Right. There's a ton of digital VFX being done there. It's just that like the actual in camera shot includes like a lot of the explosion and stuff, but they've got to remove wires, remove green screen, remove stuff all over the place.
But he's also crazy, Steven, because there's also the shot in the restaurant shot where the whole restaurant is supposed to be turning because the van is turning in the other dream, and that's that was an actual platform that half of his extras got sick on and couldn't do the shot because it was moving, it was slanting to. He's nuts. I love it, but he's nuts.
I mean, okay. So and then so just trying to level set here. So Inception was $160 million budget. Prestige was a $40 million budget.
Ooh, see what he did with that.
Cool. That's also a decade and a half ago.
Oh, I know.
So that's going to be like 70 million.
Inflation. Account for inflation.
Okay.
Okay.
No, but the point is, I'm not saying 100 million is a low budget. I'm saying like as the market as a whole, 100 million is going to be the new 200 million. Like the tentpole movies, which is what like this would be the like this. If you treat this as the gold standard of the post-pandemic tentpole blockbuster, this is how it needs to be treated. Big blackout period, lower budget than before, long theatrical run where it's got exclusivity, It needs protection, protection from competition from the same studio. Ideally, other studios aren't going to be hawking that same spot. You go back to like 1982. When did E.T. come out? 82.
82.
And that movie was number 1 at the box office for 6 weeks, and it didn't drop below number 2 at the box office for like 6 months. Right?
Listen.
That's impossible today.
You can't do that
because of this. But the only way that's possible is if the movie has some sort of a release structure like Nolan has negotiated for this.
Right, and sure, he could do all he fucking wants. Here's the thing about Nolan, and you guys can hate me all you want. Fuck Dunkirk, fuck Tenet. I'm sorry, your third fucking bomb literally is about to come out, and you're going to sit there and say, I don't want it on streaming. I don't want no one to watch it. I want people to watch it only in theaters. Dude, do you really think I'm going to give a fuck about going to go see Oppenheimer in a fucking theater? No, I'm not. I'm sorry, bro. You haven't done fucking shit since Dark Knight. And I'm saying that like laughing, like I am making it a joke. But
Tenet made just as much as the top grossing movies right now are making, and it was released mid-pandemic when theaters were still closed.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So,
and Dunkirk wasn't a Dunkirk made.
I'm not saying it was. I'm not saying it was a bomb.
It wasn't a bomb.
I'm talking about
bombs in it.
I mean, you said a third bomb in a row. So
yeah,
I mean, if we're gonna
I know. I was saying metaphorically bomb. I'm talking about just a shit like.
So you're talking about like Garza doesn't like it as much as Batman.
Right.
So therefore,
right. You're subjective.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, I'm not saying that it is a proven fact that anything I'm saying is accurate. All I'm saying is
name a filmmaker other than James Cameron who is as reliable at the box office with that level budget as Christopher Nolan.
But here's the thing, though.
Like, name one other director. Name one other director who is as reliable at the box office as James Cameron, other than Chris Nolan.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. That's great. Name a James Cameron like fucking shitty film.
I know.
Okay, then.
I mean,
I'm not
people hate Avatar subjectively. Like I don't like.
But here's the point, though.
I do know people that hate Avatar.
Don't do this to me.
I've never seen
like,
Avatar.
Like based on your standard for like what a shitty Nolan movie is, then sure, lots of people hate like stuff that Cameron has put out. Lots of people are trashing on the notion of Avatar too. So like I don't see how that's.
My point though, technically, is what I'm saying. Okay, about Dunkirk, about Tenet. Nobody's talking about that. People are still talking about Avatar. Fuck.
True.
Okay.
I mean.
I'll give you that.
Yeah,
but
I'm just saying that the people still talk about Nolan and his the Dark Knight trilogy. You get what I mean? Like nobody's saying, "Oh yeah," from the guy that made Dunkirk.
Because it's Batman. That's why.
Dude, he chose it. He did 3 films.
But we've got different standards for like what like art is or what movies are here, and like what Nolan expressly by this is trying to do is create theatrical experiences. By their very nature, inherently, theatrical experiences are a limited time thing. Like back when E.T. came out, for example, the reason that was so huge was because you couldn't see it once it was off screen. Or you look at like Indiana Jones and those kids that made that Indiana Jones shot-for-shot remake.
Look at Titanic.
That happened because there was no home market to happen afterwards. And so that is the era of like prestige filmmaking that Nolan is trying to find a way to recreate.
He can't. Not anymore, dude. I'm sorry.
That's my point though, is if he does, it's this way. Now, before the pandemic, it was impossible because the market would support a $200 million movie every other weekend, and half of them would make $1 billion. But that's not possible anymore. There's a new market, and so this is the first step forward to. Maybe it won't work, but if it does, it's going to be closer to this movie than it was to
an Oppenheimer film is not going to be a big fucking blockbuster film. I'm sorry, it's not going to work.
It's not going to be. Okay, Ray, I can see you. You're about to leap. You're about to leap
define big. Hold on though, but for 2 seconds though, because define big box office movie. Because we're talking about an inherently suppressed market. That's why it's got a lower budget. We're not talking about this movie making $1 billion. We're talking about this movie making 300-400 million, and that being the new $1 billion benchmark.
And by the way, did Tarantino actually say Dunkirk was a masterpiece? Somebody said that in the chat.
No, he said it. He said he loves.
Okay. Because one of the things I liked about Dunkirk was the fact that it was like, okay, right from the get go, it was just nonstop. These characters. But yeah, you should.
That's the one I still
These
haven't
characters,
seen.
these couple of few characters, you just had to see them survive for like a day. Yeah, it was like from start to finish, it was like holy shit. So he did capture that. I'll give him that. But was it going to be like some crazy blockbuster? No, but it was an experience.
I'm
thought,
just saying,
in my opinion.
if I ever make a movie as good as Dunkirk and someone thinks it's shit compared to my other movies, I will be so happy. I can retire happy at that
Dude,
point.
Tenet is. It was made. I mean, technically, it's fucking unreal. Like, great, dude spent too much time wanting it to work technically and all this fucking how he's gonna film it that it didn't do anything for the story. I'm sorry, dude. I was just like, oh, okay, bro, that looks great, but I'm sorry, that's a boring fucking story.
I'm glad you could say that it looked great. You know, right. I mean, you find, yeah, it did. Okay, Ray, go ahead.
Yes.
So what I was gonna say.
Here's the thing. Shut up. Damn it. Okay.
Ray!
I'll know I'm successful at the end of the night if I get Scott to stab his knee accidentally, like the young Frankenstein,
or like in Talladega Nights.
All right,
Class is dismissed.
No, like if I could be the antithesis of what I'm normally like on Twitter and actually like, but no, I'm gonna be the middle ground here.
Oh boy, there's so many places this could go.
Because I'm
about to say it's all objective.
Between in this case it's all subjective, but like I see Steven's point and I see Garza's point. Here I'm literally in the middle between the two of them. Here's where I see Steven's point. If this actually is his intent to start the new wave of what theatrical exclusivity is going to be, yeah, this is how and I've said this, it's got to be like in terms of theatrical's transition to being niche and turning into like we're going to the movie theaters like going to the opera or going to see a live show. I mean,
don't be surprised if tickets are $30 and you wear a suit jacket to go.
Absolutely. Why? I hopefully not a suit jacket.
No, but I'm saying like
right, yeah. But they were already like pre-pandemic. This is one of the things I've been saying that people keep forgetting about how all of this was affecting the theaters before the pandemic even started, and all the theaters that were remodeling and putting in the leather recliners with the heated seats. They were making the aisles wider. They've got concierge service, so now the dude can bring you your fucking pizza and your popcorn on a tray to where you're sitting. 2019, Scott, you remember all the freaking episodes of Fans Without Borders Plus?
Oh my god, it was like every week of Fans Without Borders.
And I saw damn near all those movies in like the Imagine Theater up here that had all of that. They remodeled, and it was heated seats, and it was dude coming and serving meat and serving people next to us. They were already planning for this to be an experience.
When I went to the movie theater last night, I went to the movie theater that I went to as a kid and a teenager, like, you know, and I've been there in like the past, maybe like I haven't been there in years, but the fact that like a whole new company came in, it used to be a Krikorian. I don't even know if Krikorians even are existing anymore. I don't know. That was like a theater chain for a bit, and then all of a sudden they went poof, gone. And when I was walking through in there, I was like, oh my God, I felt the bones of what I recognized, but it was all modernized and it was all crazy. Touch screen, this, scan, you just hold your phone up to this, that. There's like, serving. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, like, where am I right now? I mean, I just like, it was eerie. It was eerie, but that's just to your point.
So to Steven's point, if this is Nolan's actual intent to like start a new revolution, a new wave for this type of theatrical exclusivity, okay, yes, this is the way that you do it. But here's the problem, and here's where we go to Garza's point. Stop ignoring your fucking audience. Stop ignoring the fact that for the last 10 to 15 years, the audience has been demanding choice. The audience digs the idea of paying for screens, like Katzenberg said years ago, for freaking
thank you, Will.
He said, you know, like it's going to get to a point where you pay money based on whatever screen you want to watch it on. You pay however much to watch on a big screen, pay however much to watch on your TV, pay however much to watch it on your phone, that type of deal. The audience is demanding that. So my whole thing with this, and what people were coming at me for this because they were like, oh, you're just defending the soulless corporations. No, I'm not. What Nolan's deal, if Universal's going to give him that, bravo, you negotiated that shit with them, and they have now made their bed. Here's the problem. In 2 years, the two of you may be lying in that bed wondering where the hell anybody is to watch your movie because of where all of this is headed. This really may not work.
I think,
it really may
the,
not.
The key distinction that needs to be made, and this goes back to Scorsese with the idea of like what is cinema, that I think that we need to see like differentiating the market here, is that we really have, I mean, there's always been art and commerce are like the two halves here. But when you look at like Scorsese says that you've got like Marvel movies are like theme parks or whatever, and you look at the way the market is reacting to the what you're talking about with the audience saying we want streaming, you have both Star Wars and Marvel are now focusing on Disney Plus and streaming series. And like, sure, Marvel's still got movies coming out. Star Wars has way more streaming series coming out in terms of hours of content.
Absolutely.
Both companies, which previously have been like, those are two franchises of the gold standard of cinema experience as far as most audiences define it.
Yes.
They are moving towards a streaming series model. And then you have someone like Nolan, who I would say would agree with Scorsese's definition of cinema as being this big screen experience. And if you look at it as an artist and you look at it like a chef, for example, they're not just making you food and saying like heat this up in the microwave and it's going to be just as good at home. They're talking about what color is the tablecloth, what kind of wine do you pair it with, what's the ambiance in the room, what color temperature are the lights, right?
Oh, dude, yeah.
And that's an experience that a chef is giving you. Now, the food may be just as good if you eat it at your dining room table or at the restaurant prepared by the chef, but there is a chef that would like to give you an entire experience for a meal, and you know what the waiters are wearing and etc. And that's where Nolan is going to fall on this, and he's saying, look, I made this product, and part of what I made for you is this theatrical experience.
Right, and here's the difference between Christopher Nolan and Martin Scorsese. Martin Scorsese, even though he did have that comment about like Marvel movies being theme parks, still went and made a movie for Netflix.
Well, because
that's not above him.
No, but he tried for a long time to make it theatrically, and he couldn't get the deal that Nolan got. So it's not like he preferred to make it on streaming.
Which is insane to me, because how do you not give him a deal over Nolan? What the fuck is that?
Because that's the way the market's going, and that's why it's a question of how do you monetize that, and that's why what Nolan did is such a big deal. Because what he's saying is this is how streaming is one way to monetize it, and this is the way that you monetize. Like, because there has been no differentiation. We've just had there's content, and we put it on streaming, we put it in theaters, and see what happens. And this is Nolan saying no, these are two different things. This is the way you pay for your streaming content.
Is he really saying it's two different things, or is he saying one thing is a threat to the other?
He's saying they're two different things, because what he's doing is he's creating, or he's curating a different revenue model for the big screen. He's not keeping it. It's gonna be on streaming eventually. Yeah. But he's saying that in order for this experience that I made to be experienced the way that I want it to make, this is the only way to do it with this exclusivity, with these protections, with these budgets. If he doesn't have those things, it's like, the chef is saying like, I have to have these ingredients to make this meal, right?
Yeah, dude. Hey, guess what? Though? You can still eat the fucking food and get food poisoning. Who gives a fuck, right?
Okay,
but at the end of the day,
you'll need to communicate what part of the analogy that applies to.
Well, no. Here's a different analogy, Stephen. We're talking about, because I hear what you're saying about the chef and the ingredients, but I don't look at theater as the ingredient. I look at it as the plate. Right, like the fine china. Right. I don't give a shit what I eat it on.
Paper plate, or
you don't. You don't. But maybe maybe you're not the audience that he's making it for. He doesn't need for this movie. He doesn't need you as the audience. He only needs $300 million worth of audience in order for this movie to work.
But what I'm saying is that has nothing to do. Like where this movie is watched should have nothing to do with how he makes it. He can make it however he wants.
Well, I think that has 100% to do with how he makes it.
I think so too. Actually, I'll have to agree with that because
the movie is made because the revenue. That's the distinction that he's making. Is he's saying the revenue model, the way you monetize the movie, is partly determined by how you make it. So like stuff like a lot of Marvel movies, for example, the way you make it doesn't make a difference for where you see it. Like it's not like you don't have a situation where it's like, oh, it's better seen on an IMAX screen than seen on a home screen, or like Zack Snyder's Justice League, for example. Yeah, sure, we all prefer it. Like we all saw it on HBO Max, and that's great. But like, if you're gonna talk about what it was made for, that's going to be a better experience on a 4:3 IMAX screen.
Subjectively,
No,
But he did.
it is the shape of it is the shape of an IMAX screen. That is the objective fact. Snyder said he designed it. The way Snyder made it was for a 4:3 screen.
Even the corridor crew even said like the way that he shot it, the way that 4:3 aspect, it made these characters look like they were actual gods. Like
no,
that's
that's fine. I'm saying that how somebody enjoys it, whether it's on a screen,
whether or not
home, or whether it's at the theater, that is their own subjective
but to
opinion.
Steven's point, you're talking about how it's being made, though.
Yeah,
because like
the artist has an intention for how it's like
how it's being going to be consumed. So, so I think
so you can enjoy it, but are you enjoying it the way they intended you to? You don't have to enjoy it that way, but part of their intent, if you're talking artist's intent involves often, not everybody cares, but our artist's intent, a part of that is distribution. And they think about when they're sound mixing, when they're whatever, they're thinking about where are you sitting when you aspect ratio, all those things are considerations about where is the person sitting when they're experiencing this. They do a different aspect ratio for airplanes than they do for home viewing, etc. So
are they thinking about the dude that keeps talking in my ear behind the seat? Like, are they thinking about the kid that's like kicking the seat and all that? Like,
I bet they're not thinking about anything if they're getting fucking paid either.
Because here's my thing. It's like I understand, like, because this is where I feel like fans really fuck up this discussion, because like everybody gets so emotional and they take it so personally, and there's definitely an element of fuck Warner Brothers in this entire discussion. There's a massive element of that.
Oh, yeah.
And I get it. I'm not saying I don't understand that, but what I am saying is that when I look at how Nolan is operating, and when I look at how these other filmmakers are operating, there is an element of you're telling me I can't enjoy this in my home.
Oh yeah,
you're telling me that the only way I can enjoy this as it should be enjoyed is if I go to the theater and see it as it was naturally intended.
And I'm not a real fan, and I'm not a fan if I do it any other way.
Right. It feels
I'm the asshole. I'm the fucking dick I'm watching it on my TV or phone.
No, but what we're talking about, though, it's. I mean, if anybody's ever made someone a meal and been like, "Here, try this," and they take it and they're like, "Oh, let me add some cheese to it," and then they eat it. You're like, I mean, I guess so, but like, I didn't. If I wanted fucking cheese on that, I would have put fucking cheese on that.
But it's again, it's not.
I didn't spend. I did it. I made it for you, dude. Enjoy it. If you want to add your own shit, what am I supposed to? Dude, it's your own thing. What am I doing? Telling you what to do, right? Unless I'm your parent.
I still don't think it's ingredients. I still think
Garza, what if someone takes your trailers and is like, you know what, I prefer a different song over it. This is the way Garza wanted me to view it. Who cares?
Hey, dude, awesome.
And but then your name is on it still, even though their new song is on it. Like they're
well, dude, that is.
I feel like I shouldn't use examples with you because you're just gonna say like, yeah, that's fine. Who cares?
Absolutely, dude. Fucking go for it, bro. I agree. Hey, you don't like the song? Me neither.
I still don't think it's an ingredient. I still think that we're talking about the difference between using putting it on the fine china and putting it on the stuff you got from Target. I feel like that's really what
well, no, but we're talking about like a somewhat intangible aspect. So the fine china and the plastic plate in your cupboard is gonna the food is gonna taste the same, but we're not solely talking about the taste. We're talking about the ambiance, the respect that you give. You're gonna respect the food more if it's on china than if it's on a paper plate. Like,
at the end of the day, guess what? It's getting shitted out either way, right? So it doesn't fucking matter. Okay, you could eat it however you consume it. It's still coming out one way.
I mean, as I understand that analogy, but no, what I'm saying is like. Again, I'm in the middle on this because I see both of your perspectives on it, and all the people that decided that they were going to come for me when I was like talking, because I made this comment about how I want to see what he does when this doesn't work, because I do have strong feelings that it's not going to work the way that he and all the other theater elitists want it to work. So I want to know what he does after it doesn't work. Does he adapt? Does he decide?
I don't see what's wrong with saying I would like let's forget the streaming versus theater like battle this is being forced into. What's wrong with saying I want to make something that people experience on a big screen, just in a vacuum outside of the existing theater versus streaming debate?
If that was all he said, and if I didn't have the shit that happened with the Tenet drive-in bullshit last year, and if I didn't have him saying that.
Oh, did you
HBO
watch
Max
Tenet on a screen that Nolan wouldn't prefer you watch it on?
I had no fucking choice because he wouldn't let me watch it at a drive-in last year. My theaters were shut down in Michigan, and he said if you don't have indoor theaters open, you can't watch it on a drive-in, and that pisses me off. I don't appreciate that.
I mean,
so,
Tenet would have been a bad experience at a drive-in.
No, Tenet was a bad experience in a movie theater during a pandemic. That fucker.
I was perfectly fine watching it on HBO Max this past May. I enjoyed it there, but my point is like, if I didn't have all of that other context around how he feels with respect to all of this, if all he said was, I want to make an experience for the theater, that was all he said, and he was urging or imploring people in a PR sense, because God forbid these directors ever think of PR on their press tours.
Well, there's a chicken or egg in that too, because it's not like he was reacting to like this is someone who has always had cared deeply about the theatrical experience. And when I say experience, I'm not saying like thinks big screens are superior, which he does. I'm talking about like he's curating an experience. And then you have Warner Brothers who, like, I defend the decision. And I say that, like, I even wrote that, like, Nolan doesn't understand the necessity of the, like, that was an emergency parachute. Like, we have to dump these on streaming or we won't have any revenue period this year. Like, I get that. But you look at Nolan and someone who's always had these discussions with theaters about how does marketing work? When is it released? Where is it released? How, like, all part of this experience. And then HBO Max goes and cuts the legs out underneath every single filmmaker and creative who all have some preference on those things. They weren't consulted or approached at all, which may have been necessary, but also is like a massive slap into the face to someone who spent years or more of their life, like Tenet, he didn't start writing that like after Dunkirk. I mean, that was in his head for a long time. And so finally this is ready to come out. And obviously that wasn't impacted by the HBO, that wasn't impacted by like the HBO Max decision, but still, you spend years of your life, like, blood, sweat, and tears crafting something and anticipating people watching it a certain way. And then without even being consulted, the studio says, no, we're going to do it this way. And like, that may be necessary. And it may have been the only way for these movies to make money. But that is disrespectful to the filmmakers to do it that way. Even if it's necessary, his reaction to them, I don't think was disproportional to the respect shown to him and other filmmakers in the way it was done.
Well, okay, if they had gone the Disney route and not renegotiated and like not paid them off, I would agree. I would completely understand that. But that did happen. They actually did something right in this regard. So to me, it's like,
but at the time, what he said was before they did that,
right?
So because remember, they made the decision. They threw the news out there, and it's like. And now because that was the big hullabaloo, was that like the only people they negotiated with was Gal Gadot and Patty Jenkins, and everyone else was like, "What the hell?"
And if we're going to be talking about my hypocrisy on the issue, that's what I wrote after the ScarJo thing, was that the ScarJo lawsuit proves that HBO Max and WB handled that whole situation better than they did by going and renegotiating and handling these deals. But that doesn't mean that like these direct that doesn't change the fact that they treated Patty and Denny and people who are established, like people are like, oh, 184 sucked, but like you've got directors who are like have proven that they quality, have the capability of putting out quality output, and they're being treated like TV directors. Which on movies that when they signed for these movies,
like TV movie directors did that.
And the problem I have with that, Steven, is that while I understand, that there's an issue in terms of like the communication between the two, there really is almost like a tone deafness of what is happening in the entire industry. Now, as you said, Patty and Denny, they have far more to be like emotionally invested in because their movies were directly affected by this. His was not. He stuck to his guns. It came out in the middle of the pandemic. I watched it a year later on HBO Max as it was intended. Anyway, like the whole thing is
unintended.
Well, listen,
the whole situation here is that you read the room, see look at where's the wind blowing? The wind is not blowing east anymore; it's blowing west.
No, but
And they're all just
if
looking at
Nolan
this
was
like-
making movies for the room, he'd be directing a Marvel movie, right?
No,
Like,
but no. No. Steven, you can't ignore the audience. I'm sorry, you can't ignore.
okay,
the audience
so
demand.
he should direct Ant-Man 4 then.
No, I'm not
No,
fucking-
Nolan should go direct Ant-Man 4. That's what the audience
Somebody
wants.
get the cold brew away from Steve.
He should
That's not what I'm saying.
he should direct this Oppenheimer film, and nobody watches it, and that's great. Dude, he made a film. Dude, if I made a film and nobody watched it, hey, guess what? I still made the film for myself, right?
Right.
I mean, this movie's going to make 300 or 400 million, and that is what it is structured for. It is.
How confident are you that it's going to
If that's what you think is going to happen about a fucking Oppenheimer, I'm sorry. Okay, I don't even know. And I don't know this. I'm asking this as a genuine question before I make my last statement. Did 1917? Did that make? How much did that make?
Look it up. Look it up, Scott.
Okay, and the only reason why I
Got
say
the
that is
lookup guy
because
right now.
the only reason why I say that is because that movie was. I mean, as far as
but it was a fucking masterpiece.
Technically, I mean, technicalities. The movie was great.
Masterpiece.
It made 384 million.
It made what?
Yeah,
384 million.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So
on a $95 million budget.
Yeah, and the big draw was it's a one take shot, and it's World War II World War II or one, and you have all this action and all this stuff. I get that Oppenheimer's story is probably something tragic, or I don't fucking know.
Hey, you know what's going to happen at the end of this movie?
The atom bomb and was like,
you know what's going to happen at the end of this movie? Fucking Guy Pearce is going to show up and be like, "What the fuck just happened?" And it's like, it's all connected. Holy shit! Yeah. No.
So it's like, and I don't have an issue with that. I'm just trying to say that. Listen, there was an angle for 1917, and it still made 300+ million. That's great.
I mean, but 1917 is a movie that has came out and you have seen. And this is a movie that has not come out and you have not seen, and you're just assuming what this is going to be and criticizing it based on your imagination of
Nolan is going for the Oscar.
I'm literally choosing a same period time film. Okay, that's all. It's going to be in the same time period, right?
Okay,
well,
it's 30 years later.
Well, Dunkirk made 526 million. I don't know what, and that was a Nolan movie, right? So that's more directly comparable.
Pre-pandemic numbers,
yeah, exactly. Yeah. All that shit was 2019.
Numbers.
So,
but here's the deal. But this is the other thing that I come because people are like, it's going to be 2 or 3 years. COVID's going to be over. Well, first of all, we don't fucking know that. Number one,
COVID was going to be over last year.
Well, I mean, it's not going to be full. It's never going to be fully over.
No, it's not. Exactly, you're right, Dave. It's never going to be fully over. But here's the other thing. The other thing that I think people aren't necessarily realizing is that COVID isn't the reason for all of this, right? COVID was the accelerator of what was already happening. That is why I
was already dipping.
Right. That's why I had such a strong feeling about this not working in the next couple of years. Now, look. Am I rooting against it? No, I'm not rooting against it. And this is why the reason I wore this shirt tonight is so that people can understand I'm not fucking against Christopher Nolan. I love his work, and I'm not rooting against his movie. I would if his World War II Oppenheimer movie succeeds the way that he wants, great, because fucker's going to keep making movies, and I want to keep watching his movies. But all I'm saying is that the way this is all headed, the way that the audience choice is getting bigger. The way that all of these studios are now, like you see what everybody slept on what Paramount's doing right now. This whole summit that they're designing, where they're literally like, you know what, all of our content is going to be pretty much for Paramount Plus, whether it's movies or TV shows or whatever. All of these studios, if they could, and the only reason they can't is because they're getting so much pushback from the exhibitors and the creatives. But if all of these studios could put all of their content on their apps, they would do it tomorrow.
But I know. Outside of a business, outside of like not in the studio sense of like what is necessary to turn a profit, but in a like hypothetical sense, are you fundamentally opposed to the idea of someone wanting to find a way to make a theatrical exclusive experience work?
No, so long as they weren't being a dick about it. That's all. That's
okay, but so his demands. Do you think that he kind of shot higher to get maybe? Because I even said that when I went over to the demands on Film Junkie Live, I went, man, okay, 100 million, and then the 3 weeks, no releases.
The 3 weeks thing is weird.
Other than the budget, those are.
But do you think that maybe he shot a little high? So then it's like, well, yeah, okay, you got a hunt. You know, you got this much, and then maybe we'll just give you this much. You think like maybe he did that whole thing of like he shot high because he wanted actually?
Because that's called negotiation.
That's possible, but THR said it was consistent with what he asked from WB for each of his releases there.
Here's what I think he did. This is what I think he happened. Like, no bullshit. It's going to sound like I'm talking shit, but I'm not. I truly think
it never sounds like you're talking shit.
You can never tell. I don't.
I truly believe he did this because he could. Correct me if I'm wrong. Warner Brothers had the first look deal, right?
Yeah.
For the movie.
No.
Okay.
Wait.
Chris Nolan never signed a first look deal
I thought
with
he
WB
did.
in 19 years. The only reason he directed as many movies in a row as he did with them is because of the way Jeff Robinoff treated him during the process of making Batman Begins and The Dark Knight. He gave them a first look out of respect for the relationship that Jeff Robinoff had formed with him. So him going to Universal is him saying, I don't get no respect.
Yeah, no. Well, I didn't know. I didn't know, but I almost feel like he did this. He like, it's not really self-sabotage, because that's not what I mean. But it's like he chose to do this film because it was like, all right, it's like, imagine if he did, and okay, this would never happen. But imagine his next film. So, okay, he leaves Warner Brothers, and the next film he does is for Marvel, like some big-ass action super, you know what I mean? Like a big studio film. And it was a big film, and it was big IP, you know, then that would make, I mean, you'd be looking at Warner Brothers like, dude, you guys fucking, you fucked
every
up.
movie he's ever made has been about making a point about the big screen experience. The way he pushes
I'm not talking about big screen. I'm talking about his relationship with Warner Brothers.
No, but I'm saying that's a part. That's a very much a part of this, though, because the reason his relationship with Warner Brothers collapsed was because of them not giving Tenet the kind of release he wanted, and because of the way that they handled the streaming releases. That all centers around the way that they respected his push for the big screen.
Means that he's not a franchise director.
But
I mean,
my
other
point
than the Dark Knight trilogy.
My point though is that this Oppenheimer film, like, dude, that's your next big. That was your like that. I have to make this film. Like, dude, you literally just made Tenet.
Well, when I see something like that, I don't assume Nolan clearly has nothing here. My question is, wow, this is Nolan. I'm curious what his angle on Oppenheimer is that would stand up to his other filmography.
And the thing is too is like anytime that there's a Nolan film that's announced, I remember before Tenet was even like. There was not even a title. They just like said, hey, guess what? Christopher Nolan has a movie that's going to be coming out this time. Everybody was like freaked out, like, oh my God, it's happening. It trended, all this stuff. He does have that, I guess you could say that clout, dare I say the C word. He does.
He's one of the only directors whose name is, even James Cameron is.
Well, yeah, but even Tarantino has a little bit of that too, but maybe in a smaller sense.
Let me ask you this question though, Dave. Do you think that that's a case where his name is that big, like in our circles and like in the filmmaking circles, or do you think that Christopher Nolan is a household name?
It's a household name.
So you think if you ask 10 random people in the general audience who Christopher Nolan is, at least half of them would be able to tell you?
No.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know about half of them, but more than they would any other director.
I have confident in people.
What do you
think, Scott? Do you think that half people, like in Alabama, if you were to go to a movie theater,
not your
in Alabama, in Greenbow, Alabama,
in Greenbow, Alabama.
Let's make a list of like 5 directors that most people could name,
Tarantino,
including like Spielberg and Tarantino.
Scorsese.
Nolan is on that list. Scorsese, maybe not even, honestly.
No,
people would know who Nolan is. I think with the fact that he had the Dark Knight trilogy, people know who his name is. You know, I think they would actually know, and then they go like, oh, did he make that movie with Leo? What was that movie with Leo?
Is he a bigger name like in the public eye than Zack Snyder?
Yes.
As far as marketing,
yes.
As far as marketing,
1,000,000%. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I do.
I fucking disagree with that, but okay.
Yeah,
that's a good thing. That's actually a very good thing.
Because I can talk to random people at work.
Christopher Nolan doesn't have a hashtag. Zack Snyder does.
Right, on Twitter.
But once again, then that's that fan. You talk to people like I talk to people at work. I say Zack Snyder. I actually have to explain who I'm talking about.
When you say his movies, you have to say 300. That was the one with the yada yada yada. With Chris Nolan, you can say like the Dark Knight movies and the Heath Ledger Joker.
It's 'cause
I
it's
know who that
fucking
is.
Batman, not because it's Nolan.
Yeah, but
True.
not everybody knows.
But that
and
translates.
300
But you can't do that. You can't do that with Batman versus Superman. Some people don't go like, "Oh, that was you know." Yeah.
Or they could say what we don't want them to say about that movie,
or that,
which
exactly.
happens. But that's.
Exactly.
But I'm just saying, as far as like marketability, no, I don't agree with that. I don't think Christopher.
I think his name has gone down definitely.
I don't think his name's gone down. I just don't think he's ever been a household name as a director.
And unfortunately, it has something to do with the situation where the Tenet came out and all that, because obviously, he didn't look. I know this is gonna sound crazy. He didn't look like the good guy in that situation. He literally looked like, "Fuck you, Americans. I don't care about this Tenet."
Let me be honest with you. The general audience doesn't know that.
I know.
The general audience does not know that. That is true.
So once again, this is a situation where we're aware of all this stuff.
What do you got here, Steven?
That no one else no one else pays attention to that stuff.
This is Google search trends for Christopher Nolan and Zack Snyder.
You know what? See, how can you tell me that Twitter doesn't count, but Google does?
Because Google is global and Twitter has
Twitter isn't?
No, Twitter's got like less than 6 million. I mean, look at the active subscribers on Twitter is way less. And they're all insular fandom focused. Google, the number of total searches we're talking about here eclipses the biggest day of the Snyder Cut trend ever. Now, I filtered this before 2021 because in May 2021, Zack Snyder spiked above Christopher Nolan, and then I can expand it and you'll see that it goes back down under. So as a baseline, Nolan is higher, but Zack Snyder, look at the comic movie marks. They went to a Comic-Con and did a man on the street interviewing people at a Comic-Con and asked, "Do you know who Zack Snyder is?"
It's a fucking Comic-Con.
And most people didn't even know who Zack Snyder was. They knew who Chris Nolan is, but most of them didn't know who Zack Snyder was. They didn't even all have seen the movies.
Because he directed the Batman trilogy, which is probably why.
But Snyder directed. Well, Snyder's got a hashtag though. I thought that.
Yeah, there's that. But then
you know what?
That's funny.
Oh,
but hey, if
I ask 10 random people who the fuck Christopher Nolan is, they're not gonna know who he is.
Go do it.
Try it. Get the camera out.
What's your neighbor who's wearing your associate producer shirt?
You know where I fucking live? You know how many anti-vaxxers live in my fucking state? Why would I talk to anybody I don't know? Why would I?
Most general audience sees 3 or less movies a year, and if there's a Chris Nolan movie, it's one of them is that one.
It would be, yes.
So that was the case.
Thing is, but just to get to the point of with Zack Snyder, what's happened in the last 18 months? Yeah, of course. He now he's gotten that fan base. It's gotten to the point where it's getting to George Lucas and maybe Spielberg levels. Yes, but Nolan past, he's built up his credit for the last 2 decades. It's people are gonna be people are gonna recognize that name. Oh yeah, Nolan. I'd like that. Well, yeah. Oh yeah. I see where Steven's point, but at the same time, yeah, I don't know. It's all so fucking weird.
If this movie, because here's the thing, he's going to get Universal to do his 3-week thing on either side. If Marvel decides to drop one of their movies the same week, or if Warner Media, out of spite, because we know that's how they operate, decides to drop Matt Reeves' Batman sequel
What if they went back to Zack and they said, hey, we need your Justice League 2 for that week?
I'm just saying.
Come on, 2 years.
You can get your own studio to observe that, but you're going to put the general audience in a position where they choose an MCU movie that we know they're going to go see over World War II, Robert Oppenheimer, because it's Christopher Nolan strong enough to beat out the MCU in the eyes of the general audience? No,
but we're talking about 2 different types of movies here. Also, they've got different types of
audiences. Also,
yeah, that's way too different.
When you look at so when you go and look at Nolan's demands, when you talk about the 100-day exclusivity,
that's what I was gonna.
That's what's going to. What you're going to get is you're going to get those older audience members who the people who went and saw Dunkirk, like my father-in-law.
Before the pandemic.
He would still
but we're still talking about audience behavior, not total numbers. The behavior
that's part of audience behavior, though.
But no, but the point is, I mean, Scott, finish your point because you're going to reveal what you meant about
because
when your dad saw it.
Well, my father-in-law,
Father-in-law, Steven. Listen to the fucking words he's saying. God damn, dude.
But the point is, if you've got a 100-day, what was it, 100-day window, or
Yeah.
a 100-day window. What also means is that when everyone rushes to go see the latest blockbuster on opening weekend, you've got the time for people to eventually to catch it.
You hope.
And because once again, if we're talking about general audience behavior, they're not the film Twitter crowd that has to rush to it to see it on opening weekend. They'll just go see it whenever they've got the time. What the thinking can be with and I'm not and once again, I'm not landing one way or the other. I'm just looking at the objective facts of how this can work out. Is just when you've got a longer window, it's there when the person who wants to go see the movie decides to go see the movie, because I do know that a more general audience person just goes to see a movie when they can. What the shorter theatrical windows almost ensure is that a large percentage of the more general audience people are going to miss it theatrically because they're not going to get to the theater in these smaller windows. So it's almost by default that they're going to catch it on, streaming or rentals or that kind of thing, because it left the theater before they had a chance.
Here's what I hope happens
to go see it
with this, like 100 days.
Frankly, what just happened today for me is that Ray, that I because of just my general feelings, I skipped Black Widow. I rented it today because it's already on disc at a Redbox, and I had a free rental and I picked it up. I mean, it was that sense of.
How'd you like it?
I haven't watched it yet.
Oh, okay.
I watched. It's sitting upstairs. Like I actually jumped on here instead of watching it.
But listen,
there you go, Dave.
This is what I hope happens. Okay, just my last point. I hope his Oppenheimer film comes out in the middle of July in 2022, and within that same weekend,
it'll be 2020.
We have a Star Wars film come out that weekend. So people that are going to go watch that, they're going to watch that. And then we're going to have Rebel Moon come out the next weekend. And then we're going to have some Dune. We're going to have Dune 2 come out in the weekend, or in that week, the next week.
They're going to make it. It's going to happen.
And all of a sudden now it's like almost a month that his film has been in theaters and nobody's really seen it because every other studio is like, fuck you, Universal.
These aren't all directly competing.
We're just going to release all these films each week. Marvel comes out with a big fucking blockbuster the fourth week. So you're talking about a month that Christopher Nolan's film, Oppenheimer, World War I film, is out.
You know how that movie's gonna be like. You know how that movie's gonna like be. He's gonna have to get Cillian Murphy. Like he's gonna have to win Cillian Murphy an Academy Award. I mean, like when you look at Tarantino and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I mean, that movie. Is that movie a blockbuster? No, by no means. But when he put it out there, all of a sudden it was like word of mouth. And then he somehow won Brad Pitt an Academy Award. When you watch that, it's like, yeah, Brad Pitt was cool. He was awesome. But was there anything like super extravagant to his performance? Not exactly. But it's just for some reason we all just went, yeah, fucking. Cliff.
Also, like per what Scott was getting into earlier also is that when you've got movies like this, like different genres have different box office expectations, and not just box office expectations like final number, but we're talking totally different behavior across the board. And we're very familiar with like how like the big budget superhero movies operate. Like we're hoping like 100 million to 150 million opening is like a big deal. For the really big ones, it's 200 or even bigger. And then you want like a 50 to 60% first weekend drop or second weekend drop, and whatever. But movies like the kind that Nolan makes that are not these big franchise movies that still do well at the box office, you're talking about totally different behavior. Like Dunkirk opened to $50 million first weekend.
It's pretty good for that.
Dropped 47% the first weekend, 35% the next
pre-pandemic.
Like No, but you compare these to other movies that opened the same year, and you have a bigger second weekend drop, as happens with all big blockbusters, bigger third weekend drop, bigger fourth, like the drops each weekend are bigger, and by the time you get to like, week 7, 8, 9, 10, like the difference between the gross that it's making is not that different. And that's why when we're talking like 100 weeks, we're not talking about 100 days. We're not talking about 100 days for a Marvel movie in theaters, because those are all front loaded and who sees it, and then that crowd moves on to the next thing. But like the Nolan movies, especially the ones that get into awards season talk, there's an ongoing conversation and a never ending like trickle of people that maintain interest in seeing those. And once again, when you're talking about $100 million budget, you're talking about a way lower threshold for success. Like, you don't need to hit that $1 billion number in order for this to be a box office success.
So I think what we're hitting here is that you believe, because really what it comes down to is how much has the audience behavior changed over the last year and a half, and how will it affect the future? I happen to believe that it is a far sharper change than I think a lot of people are giving it credit for. You said 300 to 400 million for this movie. I think that is a really high estimate. I do.
Well,
I think it's a really high estimate
that too.
based on what the audience is doing now,
based on
and where it could go.
I've gone through every single like tentpole, like blockbuster release, and done an analysis of the first 10 weeks or so of behavior. And consistently, like they're the big ones, like the ones that have done well, which first of all isn't all of them. There's a lot of movies like Suicide Squad and Space Jam that you'd expect to have a $70 to $100 million opening or more, that are getting 30 million or less, or even something like Free Guy that you'd think would normally open to like 50 and then kind of leg it out. They're struggling to like hit 100 million total. So the ones that are like the biggest and doing well are like Fast 9, Black Widow, Shang-Chi. And even those are opening to like I think like 70% of what we could have expected them to open at pre-pandemic. And the consistent thing for all of these, even the ones that are grossing like $30 million, because this is the proportional number, the consistent thing is that that second weekend drop has gone from a typical blockbuster pre-pandemic level of like 55 to 65% to like 67 to 70% consistently for almost all of these. However, what's Free Guy was like 30% or something.
Yeah. Free Guy's actually been but Denver had a streaming release too, by the way.
Right, and you also had a much lower opening, and so even though that's legging it out, it's not, a 30% drop is awesome, but when it's a 30% drop of
10,000 to million.
10 million, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That's great, but it's different than a 30% drop from 70 million, right? Mm-hmm. The $70 million is going to make more total its second week with a 50% drop than Free Guy is with a 30% drop. But what's fascinating that was consistent with the numbers, I haven't run it yet for Shang-Chi, but that the second week drop, while it's always in that like 65 and higher, what would have been considered like catastrophic pre-pandemic is now normal post-pandemic. The third week, fourth week, fifth week is all lower percentage drops than pre-pandemic. And so what that says, there's two audience behaviors that I think we're witnessing here. And one is that some people are staying home, be it they were already on the cusp of that I'll wait for streaming crowd, or I'll wait for the DVD or whatever that we all know people who have said, I'll just wait for the DVD for that one. So you have some of those. But then you also have people who are just waiting to see it. Like, there's always a crowd that will say, I'll see it in second, third, fourth week when the crowds have died down. And so now, especially when people are concerned about crowds, you have that number spacing out even more. Right. And so to me, that's why I think that the 100-day window, if you have exclusivity, and the thing is with Nolan, and the reason that it's relevant that it's Nolan is because you have to bring that need to see this water cooler talk. Which I know on Twitter we talk about all the comic book movies, but at like most places that have water cooler talk, it's about the Oscar movies, the
Green Knights, those kind of movies that people are like,
where the fuck do you guys work at?
People who aren't plugged into the like entertainment space,
which is
most people.
A lot of people.
You need 100 days in the theaters, and the only way you make good money is if the movie's good. So,
Right.
dude,
So
the
that's-
movie could be
all
shit.
this
and
well, and that's why it's relevant that Nolan is doing this, because
Yeah.
they're putting their money on, can Nolan deliver a J. Robert Oppenheimer movie that proves that, and that's really what this whole thing comes down to, is
And the
can
market will tell. The
Can
market-
Nolan prove that this model is viable? And
It's a hypothesis. Really, what we're looking at here is basically the scientific method at work, which is he has a hypothesis.
Mhm.
He has set up parameters for an experiment. The
Yeah.
only thing is that it's not going to be until 2023 until the experiment actually
gets results. Yeah.
gets executed,
But-
and then we can look at the conclusion at the end to go, okay, so how did the experiment play out?
However, it's fair to say that the boundaries of the experiment were constructed based on historical performance. You look at Nolan's box office numbers, name someone else who has done this many movies on original IP that do that well. Like these, we're talking about like Dunkirk making 500 million. I know, and like that's pre-pandemic. I'm not saying that that's going to be the case post-pandemic, but we're not talking. It's World War II, so I guess it's whether we're talking about like IP. But you have Prestige, you have Interstellar, you have
You have Inception.
And these are all movies.
36 million.
These are all movies that are not based on a book. It's not based on an IP. It's not based on anything, and it's
Right.
doing numbers that are competitive
Yes.
with IP and brand backed movies, which is an anomaly in Hollywood, which is why Nolan, being the one that says you can create this experience that's different, is relevant, because he's the one that's been creating that experience that's different. Like I keep on bringing up his name, the only person who really belongs in that similar conversation is James Cameron.
Yeah, that's
But
what I would say, James
at
Cameron.
the end of the day, though, it is still a hypothesis.
Right.
We don't, and so like, there's nothing wrong, and I guess this is where I bring it back to the shit that happened over this past week. There's nothing wrong with believing that the hypothesis isn't going to work. There's nothing wrong with that. Contrary to what the dozen people that unfollowed me this past week believe. There's nothing wrong with
I got unfollowed too, by the way. So this is not unique to hating Nolan's decision.
Okay, fair enough. That's a valid point. Thank you for saying that. I feel a little better. But like, but there's nothing wrong with being on either side of the hypothesis. thinking that it could work,
or can I
thinking
throw
that
out
it
the
may
fact
not
that
work.
you don't have, or you could not be on a side and just be sitting there kind of like,
Yeah, I'm less interested in being right so much as knowing what is happening, more so than how it will
What
turn
he's
out.
trying to do.
Well, because again, like I was kind of saying earlier, fans make this shit worse. You know, like at the end of the reality of the situation is that Nolan has this idea, and he threw it out there. He said, "These are my terms." There were 3 different studios, if you believe THR's piece, Universal, Sony, and Apple, that were vying for it. Universal said, "We'll give you all of it." So they're embarking on this journey. They're starting this experiment, and that's literally
they're rolling the dice.
Right,
It's
and that's
Vegas.
literally-
Well, and Universal has had a historic relationship with Nolan. They've been developing for a while, and are one of the few studios that is still interested in trying. And the idea that we're calling it an experiment is hilarious, given the historical. But like, it is this big screen experiment. Universal wants to figure it out. Nolan wants to figure it out. So they're saying, let's find a way to make a movie where we can prove that there is a way to make a theatrical experience that is monetizable in the post-pandemic world
without a franchise.
without a franchise. Yeah.
Right. And so what we should be doing collectively is just what Scott said, waiting to see if the experiment actually works or not. The problem is you get on Twitter and everybody, what did we see? Good for Nolan, fuck WB, or I can't believe that arrogant bastard. It's immediate fucking
Yeah.
Because a lot of
As soon
people
as
think
you
like
see
the
it.
movie's going to come out in the next couple of months. It's like, no, it's going to come out in the next 2 years.
Right.
Let's
People
wait.
are still thinking like they're going to be holding a grudge against Warner Brothers in 2 years. Like, dude, bro, it's
Dude,
Yeah.
they won't be-
Literally.
after March, they won't. be
Not if
holding it.
Snyder comes back.
March will kill
Yeah.
March of 2022 will kill so many grudges against WB. Mark my words. You know that. You know I'm right.
Well, and also once again, we're talking about like this is a very insular group that like this kind of people don't know this stuff outside of Twitter or don't care about this stuff or like even while I'm saying that people know Christopher Nolan's name, when I'm saying that, I'm not saying that like more people are reading my articles on Chris Nolan and on Zack Snyder. the people who are engaged on a daily basis with this, probably more people care about Zack Snyder. But in terms of like when like the awareness versus like investment and engagement, like Zack Snyder is going to have a larger fan base and more dedicated people who are interested and care about talking, whether it's hate or love, on a daily basis than Christopher Nolan. However, if you were to take a poll and say, have you heard the name Zack Snyder versus Chris Nolan, or do you know the movies that Zack Snyder has directed versus Chris Nolan directed, more people will know Nolan. That's the difference that we're talking about.
And you think that would still be the case even after the last 18 months?
Yes,
I don't think
it's still the case.
So.
Those audience trends don't swing that. I mean, remember, like HBO Max. HBO Max has what 60 million subscribers. Versus,
right. And I'm not even
more people see the average Nolan movie than are subscribed to HBO Max.
And I'm not even looking at it from. We're not even getting into the subject of who watched the movie or not. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying in terms of like the presence of. And the marketability of the individual and like the visibility of the, because that's the other thing that I look at is like, okay, I see what you have the Google data and you're talking about like how Nolan's presence, but it's like he doesn't have a media presence. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't do.
Well, I mean, neither does James Cameron.
Well, one of the things that Zack Snyder did right was put his name on a fucking Justice League movie that everybody's talking about.
But he also, Dave. But he also did the throw a knife at Steven. He did the sketch on freaking, late night.
It's actually weird though. It's interesting that Chris Nolan for his own IPs never wrote, Christopher Nolan's Interstellar.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, that's one of the things. That was one of the most genius.
Zack Snyder didn't try to do that
did.
until after what happened with WB, though. I mean, it's not like he tried to make that just like that from the beginning.
But at the same time, it was brilliant because now when you go to fucking Target, you go to Walmart, and you go like, oh, look at that, there's a Justice League, and then you see Zack Snyder's name like right on top of it, which was like fucking. That was just good job.
Now, Garza brought up an interesting. Because, and I didn't even think about this. What if, and I don't know if this would even happen. I have no idea what the production schedules are, but what if Rebel Moon does come out the same week?
I'm telling you, I could see it happening.
I'm just asking as a hypothetical.
No. This Oppenheimer movie is going to come out in November, I think.
No, fall, winter.
It's fucking Oscar bait.
It's Oscar bait. Yes, absolutely.
The first thing that I thought of when I saw these terms was that's not a spring or a summer release.
Fuck no, that's a November release. That is a November release right there.
No question about it. Have it, no doubt whatsoever.
I can't remember the last Oscar movie that made over 400 million, except for maybe Joker.
Oh yeah, Joker.
We're Joker. Yeah. Well, okay.
An Oscar winner, or
are we talking any Oscar or best?
Just like a big Oscar film, like a big impactful film that was
like Dunkirk.
That was an original IP.
Yeah, that was an original.
like Dunkirk, the one we've been talking about.
That's a war movie. That's a war that is based on reality and a story, right?
I need to finally watch
story.
That movie.
Like Interstellar.
I need to watch that movie.
Yeah, no, Interstellar. Absolutely, that's original.
Wasn't Interstellar in November? Yeah, it was.
Interstellar.
Yeah, because I saw I actually saw it the Thursday, like the week of Thanksgiving was when I saw Interstellar.
Ridley Scott's the other one. I think that would belong.
Random.
Okay,
no, because and that's just. See, but
or Stanley Kubrick.
But what I bring his name up as an example of somebody who's making who's making original IP movies that perform well at the box office.
And
Scott, Cameron, Nolan.
Well, and when you talk
Tarantino.
about like when you bring up all three of those, Scott, Cameron, and Nolan, or Scott, Cameron, and
Tarantino.
Who was the Tarantino? Thank you. All three of those is like they have like a movie or two that just like hit the cultural zeitgeist. Like Tarantino, obviously it's Pulp Fiction, and then from Pulp Fiction, everybody knew who he was, and he built he goes to Kill Bill and then goes into Inglourious Bastards and Django Unchained, right? So there's that. Cameron, I mean, come on, Terminator, right? And then Aliens, right? So it's like they start like there's a cultural zeitgeist film. Now, if the argument is
Remember, Aliens was original IP. Terminator was original IP at one point.
Yeah.
Those are not.
And you know what? Going back to the whole hypothesis and where we're going to see the results. I mean, Avatar is going to be that too, because Avatar was like something phenomenal that came out, but that was like what 12 years ago. Now we're supposed to get like 4 sequels.
Avatar is also a great example of what we're talking about with the theatrical experience, because make Avatar a streaming release, and that's like an average Tomorrow War. Like,
because the people who loved Avatar so much were talked about specifically because, once again, I never saw it, and I missed that window to see it with 3D glasses.
Oh, dude, and it was amazing.
Not just 3D, but IMAX 3D. I mean, you're talking about the percentage of that movie that is made up from IMAX 3D sales. Right. It is epically dwarfs any other movie in IMAX 3D as a percentage of the total gross, which was huge. And that was huge. And that, so that movie, when we're talking about the big screen experience, that doesn't exist without the big screen. Now, I realize that was pre-pandemic, but when I talk about an artist saying, I want to make something that can only be experienced this one way, that's a perfect example.
And as somebody that did see Sean, that was one of the first movies Sean and I saw in the theater. We saw Avatar in IMAX, like 3D at our IMAX theater locally down the street here.
Then later that night, they connected tails. Sorry.
So, wow.
Well, right, but even then, you think about that, and it was great. But
he would slap you in the face for saying that.
Where's 3D right now?
I had to.
You know what I mean?
That's not the point. Is that the 3D is the future? The point is that they said, what is something I can make that can only be experienced one way, whatever that way is. Steven. The point is that it was crafted for the medium.
Cool, yeah, but a regular movie about Oppenheimer, if it's not 3D, then what the fuck is it crafted for, right?
But the point is that there's a difference in the mediums. That's the other point is that we're talking about two different things being created.
Steven, my biggest issue is not with the creative intent. It's not with the deal that he got Universal to give him, because more power to him. And no one has mentioned the 20% first dollar gross he set on this. Like, he covered his ass.
Well, that's normal. That's normal on his also, though. He normally gets 20%.
Sure, but my issue isn't so much the deal itself or like the implications that it could have. If this movie really is the beginning of what the future of film in the theater as a niche property is going to be, great, awesome. I have no issues with it. My issue is with the adversarial nature of streaming versus theatrical that keeps popping up.
Right, but he didn't create that nature. He was reacting to that nature. He was reacting to the adversarial version. And that's why, if you read my article that I put up today, I talked about this ending the theater versus streaming debate. Not because it's going to prove one is better than the other, but because it's going to prove that they're different. In the same way that Scorsese said that Marvel isn't cinema, he wasn't saying that Marvel is shit. He was saying it's a different type of product than...
No. He said it was cut and paste shit. Oh, wait, I'm screwing...
I couldn't read the article because it was shaped like Christopher Nolan's dick. So I thought about what to say. That's why I started laughing in my head.
Garza is just playing on ad libs with the Christopher Nolan and dick in there.
Steven, I will tell you what. If his movie does finally get everybody to grow the fuck up with this conversation in terms of and stop being when I say everybody, I don't just mean the fans. I do mean these creatives, because I still haven't forgotten the shit that Patty said at Cinema.
Oh yeah, dude, Patty was a bitch.
Well, and I think that there's something totally different about what Patty said versus what Nolan said, because Nolan was talking about the streaming service versus Patty said like not real movies. Nolan didn't take a shit on the movies or the people making them. He took a shit on the company and the way they handled the library.
Right. And there's what she has said is worse than anything he said. It's worse than Villeneuve's.
That's how you I thought you were going to say worse than Bin Laden for a second.
Villeneuve. It's 2 syllables.
Villeneuve.
The way
new city.
The way Dave pronounces it is Denis. However you pronounce his last name. You know me with names. That's how Dave pronounces it.
If his intent is to legitimate, if his intent isn't adversarial, because all that shit, and it wasn't just what Patty said at CinemaCon, it was the general tenor of everybody's attitude at CinemaCon. I read a couple of pieces about how that went down, and it's just like, wow, these guys think they're fighting a war,
Well,
and they don't need to be.
Remember what CinemaCon is and who's there too, though.
Yes.
These are
Oh,
people
no,
whose
absolutely,
these are
yes.
people whose careers, their life's work is
Right.
largely invalidated by the death of theaters.
I
So
know.
to them, it is kind of a war, and it's being waged against them. They're the underdogs in a war that is destroying their legacy.
But if
So-
they played it right, it doesn't have to be the end of their legacy. It could be a transition
Exactly.
into a new legacy.
If they follow a model similar to what Nolan is trying to establish for his Oppenheimer movie.
Okay. No. I'm not. That's the thing, though, Stephen. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Yeah, I
That
know.
is
I'm
just-
just
That dick is just getting bigger, bro.
I'm just
I swear.
pulling
Like, I've never seen something grow as much it is in Steven's mouth.
Oh my
God.
God. Jesus Christ.
No, I'm just kidding. But on that end, you know what? I'm gonna go because I gotta wake up early. But you know what, Scotty? I kind of miss Callum. Just fucking his head, just just like
Filling a beer on his
we're gonna have to-
laptop.
one day he's gonna make he's gonna do one of those like recreation photos
Yeah.
where like Scott has even less hair and he's got like a full blown adult on the stream.
The beard is all
I
gray.
do.
No.
Right?
Hold on. I think I still have here's the photo.
That'd be funny if he was like, no, hold on here. I got Callum
Oh,
right
wait,
here.
wait, wait,
You're
wait.
just sitting here watching
This
me.
is the photo. Let's see,
Callum's
wait,
got
wait,
his
wait,
own
wait.
beer.
No, this is the
His
photo
own
that
bottle.
we'll have to recreate. Thanks to Steven. It's that one.
Yeah.
Yes, totally. Yes, you
See what you
must,
just did?
Yeah.
You must
You just
recreate
do.
that.
Yeah.
Like,
Was that
Must
the one where he
recreate
spilled the
that,
beer
yes.
on your laptop?
Ooh,
I
is that
don't
the
know if
one?
this is the one where you
Oh, no.
spilled the beer.
it's been so long since obviously I've been on here, but also since I've seen him like just chilling, like you're just holding him.
Oh
like-
yeah. Oh yeah. He
Oh, you
made
should
an
watch
appearance on Batman.
He
Yeah,
shows
the
up in
Batman
the
the Animated.
Batman
Yeah.
Street.
Oh really?
He
Oh yeah,
did our
during the Great Ghost
episode.
episode, like the big one, and it was just like, all right, here we go. And it was like, all right, we have a third host
How
here.
old is he now?
He is one. He's over one now. Yeah.
Oh, my
okay.
God.
Well, he's
The
sleep
fact that he
trained.
doesn't even know.
He's
That
sleep
just-
trained, so actually sleeps through the
That's how
last
you
three.
know that's the third child. He's like, I don't fucking know, dude. He's over one. I don't know. He'll be moving. He'll be talking soon. Who cares?
Yeah.
No. He's already. That's the thing. We go like, do you want milk? You hungry? He goes, Like
Well,
he
you know,
actually
huh.
understands what we're saying now.
Oh man,
Okay.
dude, just wait till you're like this. Hey, do you want to play some Xbox? And they're like, yeah. All right, cool, man. Let's roll.
You
All
want to
right.
get on a stream, son? You want to get on a stream?
Yeah.
Dad. Yeah. Can I stream
Well,
with you?
Do you have beer?
Yeah.
That'd be awesome. But anyways, you fellas have a good night. I'm gonna go.
All right. Thanks, Garza.
It was a pleasure hating on Steven. I mean, I've never seen
someone's-
somebody shill for a director. I mean, and I thought I was a shill for Zack. Boy, was I wrong. Steven, you should change.
We get it. You know I'm good at it. I do the alphabet. A is for Alfred. B is for bats.
It's a clitoris. I get it.
Yeah, Steven,
Sorry, I don't know
change
why.
your last name to Nolan.
Did you have that one
Steven
ready?
Nolan.
Did you guys coordinate this ahead of
Yeah.
time?
No. I just sensed. I was like, that's perfect right
He
now.
felt a disturbance of the force.
Anyways, fellas, have a good night. Thanks, Dave.
All right,
Love
thanks,
you guys.
guys. Appreciate it, man. Sorry.
Now, if we're allowed to transition at this point, Dave, I was watching your cut and paste video. Actually,
Yeah.
today while I was doing lunch. It was interesting when it came to Denis Villeneuve's comments.
Villeneuve. Yeah, I know. I never say his last name.
I don't even think you try.
I don't even
So-
try anymore. I don't even try. It's
It was
almost
interesting reading the entire quote versus just the headline because
It always is.
it always is, but it's
Mhm.
just, but it's stark. Like when you hear the entire quote, you're like, okay, wait, there's context there. Like that, like
Well,
context. Yeah.
And once again, like Villeneuve is a little maybe different than what Scorsese said. However, consistent with what I've been saying, he's less like outright shitting on it than saying like it's just a different like the theme park characterization, where he's saying like this is a specific type of movie. I don't think it's wrong for something to be I mean, there's whole genres of like, look at any like horror, and like, I know people are gonna whatever I choose, people are gonna be mad at me.
Exactly. Yeah, whatever genre. Yeah.
But there's whole genres of entertainment that are copy paste, and people love it, and that's in many ways the strength of the MCU is the consistency and reliability that people know.
That's what I said in my video too. I'm like, that's what works.
I have had.
Oh, and by Dave, by the way, France is not his home. He's Canadian.
Oh, I thought he was like Canadian.
He's French Canadian.
French-Canadian.
But he was born in Quebec.
I thought he was like totally okay.
Is
my
Dice
bad.
What's the difference?
Look, Steven, I've had people like when I call the MCU cinematic television and talk about its assembly line production process, they think I've just they think I've kicked their dog twice and just taken an entire shit on the whole franchise. And I'm like, guys, how the fuck do you think they got to 25 movies in 13 and a half years?
12 years.
Come on now.
It works. It works.
And that's why I, in a large part, not that I've like totally disengaged from it, but I engage in less and less fan like discourse over time because of realizing how like insular so much of it is. And like, these aren't discussions that like people are having or care about like outside of Twitter. And like, well, they're interesting. Like the fact that he said this is only a thing that people are like all upset about if you go into a place that is like concentrated with like hardcore fans of the series. Like most moviegoers aren't aware, or if they are, it's not something that they're like invested in enough to even find.
No, they're like, they're like, oh, okay, when's Eternals come out? That's it.
Yeah.
You know,
or they don't even know what what Eternals is, so much as just like, oh, like, I mean, the average moviegoer doesn't even. It's funny because we were just talking about how people know Nolan, but like the average moviegoer doesn't know the name of the director of the movie that they're seeing.
True.
No.
But the layers of it, the fact that like, you know, Marvel fanboys were getting all hot and bothered. Then all of a sudden, like you get Chloe Zhao into the mix, and she goes, "Well, when I pitched it, I was like, I used some of your shots," and then he's like, "That's genius that they did that. See, that's good. You're shaking it up a little bit." And I think like it was just kind of like a cool thing, that the fact that we have all this, and then all of a sudden these little added little extra things came to this whole discussion. It was like the fact that he praised the fact that, good job, Marvel. That's genius that you brought in this Academy Award winning director that just won it, you know, that just won last year. That's going to do a movie that has even though Eternals hasn't really like hyped me up, I always say cinematography looks great. She actually went out there and shot a movie. It's not on a fucking green screen set.
It's got real sunsets.
It wasn't in Atlanta.
Real,
right,
yeah.
Thank you. I was about to say
that
you got your, like, you exposed how little your like boss understands the process of how to do this. That's how good you are.
That's why I was like, I kept going, oh, man, the plot just keeps on thickening, because it's like now you got this added point, but nobody really talked about that part of it. And it was like mum's the word. Everybody was just talking about how he said, oh, you were a bunch of zombies, or, you know, paste and everything. And it's like, you know, but I love the fact when I saw on my timeline that people were like, hey, I agree with that, but I could still enjoy it. Right?
Right.
And I was like, me too. I can still enjoy it too. I'm not going to enjoy everything, but that's okay. It still works. It's a fucking multi-billion-dollar fucking franchise, the biggest franchise out there. It's not going to hurt it. It's fine. Relax, move on. He had an opinion. Big deal.
This is what happens. And that was the biggest thing for me, is just like the, you know, because there's always like this, there's been this high horse that like MCU fanboys like have been sitting on for years, especially when it comes to like pointing out the toxicity in the DC fandom. They're all just like, oh, well, we're above that. We don't need, we have the gold standard. We don't do that. And then, it doesn't even need to be a director. There was a critic who had a negative review of Black Widow, and they blasted him on Twitter.
God
to the point, and it was like, this is what happens when none of your movies are rated rotten.
Well, that's why, to drop a name that everyone's going to love, way back in the day, I think before BVS even came out, I got blocked by Devin Faraci on Twitter, which is not an accomplishment. Like, I'm not bragging about that. A lot of people are blocked by him, but because and I made this point to a few people, and it never goes over well, but that they would criticize one fan base as being more toxic than the other, and almost like without fail, whatever the fan base is that's being criticized as being more toxic is the one that they happen to criticize more. And it's like, well, yes, whoever you criticize more, you're going to get more blowback from that audience in your mentions. So if you criticize DC but not Marvel, you're gonna get Marvel criticism. The fact that all the DC
it's a
fans,
self-fulfilling prophecy.
yeah, and the fact that all the DC fans are like, well, if you think we're toxic, Marvel fans are toxic. Well, why do you think DC fans think Marvel fans are toxic? Because they're shitting on Marvel films, and then Marvel fans are toxic to them. So like, whoever you target is the toxicity that you're going to be exposed to, and that I've been told that I needed to be curb stomped for saying that Star Wars overuses the Millennium Falcon and the new but they need a new iconic ship.
Somebody literally said, "Really?"
Oh, and that was a mild one. I mean, like that's just the one that I remember.
That's a mild one.
But like,
Mild one?
but like that's the kind of stuff that like people casually say in like comment sections on like articles or whatnot.
Wow.
And
That's fucked up.
and like and like that's from Star Wars. And I've people from all fandoms have said that kind of thing whenever you criticize them, and I despite what some like Snyder fans would think, I don't highlight it all the time. I only highlight it when it's like relevant, but like that permeates like everything. And so when it comes to like the Marvel fans, of course, as we see today, when the fan base that you poke is the one that will poke back. Maybe they poke back differently, but like you can't say that there is a lack of toxicity in one if you haven't poked that bear before.
Right. Exactly. And that's the thing is like it's all we all have. Every fandom has a toxic side. There's no question about it. And with them,
because people can be toxic.
Well,
like
and
in general,
the article,
Right.
I always wish that I had it like bookmarked or something, because someone pointed out a while back that that when you're talking about like toxicity like that, you're talking about a margin of people. And so when you deal with fandoms, you have like, let's say 5% are or even 1% is probably more accurate. But when you have especially online, you have a large concentrated like organized fandom, and 1% is toxic. Okay, well, if you have 10 people, that's less than one person. You have 100 people, there's one toxic person. You have 1 million people in a fandom, that's a fair number of toxic people. And then if they're all coming at you in your comments, and you've got, let's say you've got 100 people coming at you, it doesn't matter if there's 5 million people who aren't coming at you. What you see is the 100 million people that are coming at you, especially on Twitter, where like your comments are full. They're all doing, most of them are like saying stuff multiple times. As far as you can tell, everyone is that way, right? Your proportional experience is you have no way to even know how many people are sitting out there. And then even if a bunch of them are like, "Hey guys, stop it. That's not okay." You're not going to see all that. B, it's going to pale in comparison to the negativity that you're seeing. And so a lot of people that call out toxicity like that, it's, if you can understand what it looks like to be sitting on the other side of that keyboard, it looks very apparent to them. Oh, look, I've got all these people saying all these terrible things, some of them in DMs. People do weirdly DM people and say like weirdly toxic stuff.
Oh,
and
dude.
yeah,
Yeah,
I don't display them. I'm like, I don't care.
I've had more than a few like that. Yep.
Yeah. You get those. But that's just the way it is.
But it comes from whichever, it's not like MCU fans or Snyder fans or whoever. It's not like you're just walking down the street and they're like, "I'm a toxic asshole," punch you in the face. It's like if they're walking down the street and you're like, "Oh, hey, Ant-Man sucks," then they'll react to that. But then in that case,
Right.
Who's provoking? So
Or if they, was there this much animosity from them with the Lego Batman movie?
From whom?
Like,
I love
from the MCU fans. What's the password? Iron Man sucks.
Iron Man sucks. But it's just like a nice little. That was just such a if you get
that was
heard about that,
Yeah,
you get
don't
heard about that. It's like stop it.
Well, no,
Stop
people
it.
did get mad about the Deadpool. So dark. Is this the DC universe?
Oh yeah. When
No,
he
that
first-
was hilarious.
Well, there was
that was so great.
Well, it's funny because all the people that get mad
at the movie too. Yeah.
all the people that get mad about that are people who like want DC to be dark. So it's like, why?
Right.
Okay, so yes, that
Yeah,
is the
it's-
difference, right? Like,
Yeah.
It's okay
No.
to be self-aware, people. It's all right. It's fine.
I mean, even Zach pokes fun at himself for how like dark and serious he likes to make stuff. I mean, it's the whole point of the Stephen Colbert sketch
Yes,
is him
that's what I was about to
throwing
say.
knives at people in slow motion.
Slow
and,
motion,
like,
yeah. You know, and he's talked about that. He was nervous about doing that and stuff like that, but he did it and he fucking nailed it.
Well,
That
it's-
whole bit
it's-
was great.
It's like Bo Burnham, I think, put it best when he made. Actually, it wasn't when he made Inside. He said this in a different interview, but it applies 100% to anyone who's seen Bo Burnham's Inside. Which, if you haven't, watch it. It's like the most
fantastic.
brilliant thing made during the
So
pandemic,
fantastic.
and he won an Emmy for it. Yay!
Yeah.
He said when you're satirizing something, he finds it important to also deliver on the thing that you're satirizing. So if you've seen, like, I think it's Make Happy, where is the one where he's got the country song. If you've seen his country song parody, he's like, not only is it like funny and making fun of country, but it's also hopefully, he says hopefully, it is also enjoyable as a piece of country music. He's like, it's not as creatively interesting as him to like shit on something while not also like celebrating it in a way. So
that's
if you've
what's
seen,
so brilliant about it.
so if you've seen like Inside, that's what's so brilliant about that is the music, and that is like legitimately good music, separate from
like
the comedic.
you're bobbing your head as well as like, I know what he's saying, but you're like, this is a good fucking song.
Subjectively speaking, that's why I dig just about every Weird Al parody, because it's actually like that was like,
well, especially as over time he's gotten so much better too at being like
right,
more accurate to the original.
Well, because like when I remember the one that this hit me with was White and Nerdy. The first time I heard it, like it was literally a case where I'm listening to the lyrics, I'm like, the lyrics make sense.
Yeah,
like, he actually put this shit together. This
or
is
like
just random.
Or like, you talk about Weird Al, you talk about like I love the polka medleys, because while those those are a different genre than the other ones, it's not just satirizing, but it's actually delivering. Like a lot of the songs that are in there, I love them more because of the polka medleys. Or you talk about like especially the Hamilton medley. Like if you love Hamilton, like the Lin-Manuel Miranda listening to the Hamilton medley is like one of the greatest things ever because of how much of a Weird Al fan he is, and how much it services like the thing that Hamilton fans love about Hamilton while making fun of Hamilton while delivering a Weird Al. Like there's so many levels going on there of like what the artist is delivering. It's awesome.
Well, it's also like with Weird Al, like I loved his the Phantom Menace parody he does to American Pie. I love that.
My, here's her Anakin guy.
Maybe later, someday later. Now he's just a small fry.
Yeah. I mean, that's what's so
and he
brilliant
wrote
about him.
he wrote that entirely off of rumors about the movie's plot that came out before the movie came out, and
before the movie came out.
But you know
they
what?
didn't know that was entirely based off of leaks and rumors about what it was about.
He leaned into it so much. You see that music video? I mean, he cut, he put the wig on. He totally looked like Obi-Wan Kenobi, and he was just like singing the song, totally in the garb and everything. And it was like he leans into it so heavily. That's what I love about Weird Al.
What was he parodied, and I forget what it was, but he parodied "Happy" by Pharrell, and the thing that it was all one take, or at least it was made to look like one take.
Yeah,
like the way that he shot it, and like he was copying
everything Weird Al does. He just leans into 100%. Like he, going back to even like the 90s, like to Fat. I mean, Fat was like, my God, to get in that fat suit, and he went on tour putting on a fat suit, and he was just like would be singing that song. I mean, everything he did. I mean, even when you listen to that, Amish Paradise, which pissed off Coolio apparently.
Right.
And but Weird Al claims he's all, dude, I ran it by your guys. They said it was okay.
Well,
but you listen to that, it's so beautiful.
His Lady Gaga, because he's historically always gotten approval before he does it.
Yeah.
But like with Lady Gaga, he asked to parody one of hers and was told like by her publicist or whoever, like, well, she would need to see it before she can approve it. And so in like 24 hours, he binged, like pulled an all-nighter and wrote, and I think even recorded maybe, and sent a copy of it, and then they were like, yeah, no, this won't fly. And so I think then was like, well, I put all this work into it. So he released it off of the album, and she found out, and it turned out like she claims at least she wasn't consulted. and then then officially endorsed it after the fact or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, but I mean, he puts a lot of he takes it seriously that he's not just trashing the artist and that they're in on the joke when he does stuff.
And that's what good satire is, going all the way back. And I'm going to pull the English teacher. I'm going to bring up Jonathan Swift, A Modest Proposal, which was about the horrors of what the English were doing to the Irish. And if anyone's read A Modest Proposal, it's like, they should just eat their children. If they, if they're starving so badly, they should eat their children. Well, if you read it on one level, you actually read it and go, it's horrible. But then you go, but if you're a dick, you kind of go, well, but it makes it's a solution. And the whole point is to go, but the point is for you to stop and go, oh no, this is terrible. We ought to do something about this.
And we've talked before about like the Mel Brooks stuff.
Oh my God! You look at Blazing Saddles.
Blazing Saddles, exactly.
Oh, whoa! But then you just see like it's beautifully crafted. It really is beautifully crafted.
But there's nothing in the movie that like encourages you to like love slavery or like drop N-bombs. It's nothing like that at all. It is literally a movie where you're like, this is funny, but that's fucked up. At the same time.
There's a way to find that balance. Mel Brooks nailed it perfectly, I think, and that's what there's like beautiful satire that, I mean, you don't have that nowadays. I mean, a lot of people, even like watching the Val doc, a lot of people are now realizing, wait, his first movie was a parody. It's like, yes, go watch it. Top Secret, please go watch that. It's awesome. It's it's the Zuckers that for
Was Batman Forever the first Val movie? I think it was. Batman Forever was the first Val movie I ever saw.
Oh, wow.
For me, it was Top Gun.
Yeah, that was mine too.
I didn't see Top Gun until like high school.
Yeah.
So like
Top Gun was much later.
I saw Heat before I saw Top Gun. Crazy enough.
Really?
Oh yeah, I saw him in Heat, and he's amazing in Heat. Like he's.
Oh, of course.
He's like
he's great and everything.
Yeah.
Come on. Have you watched that doc yet?
No, I haven't.
Oh, dude, watch it. Watch it. You're gonna fucking. I fucking cried. I mean, it was just.
Well, and that's the other thing is like, and that's like whenever the hell Top Gun Maverick comes out, it's like.
Oh, that's gonna kill me. Whatever scene that he's in, it's gonna kill me.
Well, because it's like just remembering what he was and like what his career was, and then just knowing like, where it all like what's happened since is just like
And I love the fact that Tom Cruise said like, yeah, I couldn't make it without Val. I mean, there was like I think there was something that came out recently. He was like, yeah, you don't make that without Val like having some kind of
Oh, you have to. Well, yeah. I mean, if Pete's going to be there, Iceman's got to be there.
Yeah, so. I'm curious to see like what happened. I'm sure it's going to just probably maybe just be like a one scene or whatever the heck.
Probably.
They're probably going to lean into it. Yeah.
And if anyone hasn't seen like the last movie, I mean, there's actually two movies I saw him in, but I remember the first movie I saw him in after he survived his cancer and after the operation, and I was like, whoa, that's what happened to him. Mm-hmm. It was The Snowman, and
I didn't.
It's not a good movie. Yeah. I mean, it's got. I mean, and that's the sad part. It's like Fassbender's the lead, and
well, that's the movie. That's the movie where they like ran out of time and
had Rebecca Ferguson in it. No, I'm thinking of a different movie now.
You're thinking of a different movie.
Yeah, I'm thinking that one with Renner. I forgot what that one was. I don't know.
Oh shit! Yeah. I know which one you're talking about.
It took place during winter. I don't know. Right?
Yeah.
Is that the one that's like the? Is that the one where it's like with the notes? It's like Mr. Policeman,
something like that.
Snowman, yes.
Yeah.
Because it's based on it's one of those Swedish crime novels, because Swedish noir kind of became that big genre, especially after
Dragon Tattoo. Yeah,
Girl with the Dragon Tattoo kind of really popularized that. Which, by the way, I did finally watch. A few weeks ago, I watched the original Insomnia with Stellan Skarsgård. That's a good movie.
The original? Wait, the original Insomnia?
Yeah. Nolan's Insomnia is a remake.
Nolan's a remake, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
but people don't realize it because it's got two freaking heavy hitters. You got Pacino and fucking Williams.
And Hilary Swank.
And Hilary Swank, too.
And it's funny because it's probably of the Nolan movie. There's only two Nolan features I haven't seen, Following and Dunkirk.
Following's good.
Yeah.
Following is, but it's small, it's low budget, but yeah,
Right.
it's still good.
But like Insomnia, and this is one of those weird things where it's like, okay, it's my least favorite by default. It's not that I don't like the movie, right? It's not like it's at the bottom because I don't like it. It's just
it's the most not Nolan movie,
Right.
and interestingly, it's also the most. I don't want to say generic. I think it's a great movie, but it's the most like anybody could have directed that.
Yeah, I mean, compared to the other, compared to the rest of his,
or I should say, any other great director could have directed it, but it's not like it doesn't have that stamp of Nolan on it. That's like,
and now I need to go back and rewatch it now that I've seen the original, because it's really interesting. Because now here's where being an American is stupid, because the movie's actually in 2 languages. That as an English, because Skarsgård is Swedish, but the movie takes place in Norway. So there's there's commentary throughout that the Norwegians don't understand what the hell he's saying, because he's speaking in Swedish, they're speaking in Norwegian, and my dumb American ass is just reading the English subtitles.
Okay.
Man.
Which character is he playing?
Skarsgård is the Pacino character. He's the detective.
Pacino, yeah, he's the Pacino character. Yeah,
Right.
I haven't watched it yet, but I've always wanted to watch it. Yeah.
And that was like the weird thing, because and maybe this goes further to Steven's point about Nolan's like visibility, is like the movie that we all like. I remember this. I remember in high school when everybody was just like, "Dude, watch Memento."
Oh my god! Oh my god!
And remember,
that is still my favorite Nolan movie. I'm just saying.
And remember, also, Memento is distributed by it's a distributor like
it's Miramax.
Look that up.
But you couldn't even name another movie that they did.
Yeah, look that up, because I can't remember either.
And I remember there was a Scott, you'll appreciate this. There was like a special edition.
New Market.
Okay. There was like a special edition of the DVD that came out.
New Market Capital Group.
Oh, I remember that. Yes, I remember them.
Interesting. I guess they did like Donnie Darko and Cruel Intentions and
small movies.
That's why I've seen
small
all
little hits.
Oh, Passion of the Christ.
We were totally in a mode like in the late 90s,
movies
early
that
2000s.
Nobody would touch.
We were just watching all that shit. We loved Cruel Intentions. We loved Donnie Darko.
They also did Prestige, but then WB distributed. And Buena Vista distributed it domestically at Warner Brothers internationally. So like the Prestige got that pickup, but
Buena Vista, which of course is Disney,
right?
Disney, yeah.
But Memento did not get that additional distribution. Like this is not a movie that
still my favorite.
It's a true cult hit where like it is popular because people were saying you have to check this out.
Memento is like
there's not a movie like it. There's just really not. It's so
still
unique.
The only movie that like gave me a headache because it literally gave you the condition.
It gave me inspiration.
Literally,
I wrote a story in that same format after I watched that movie.
I still say watching it drunk off my ass was the one way I followed that movie from start. 5 Guinnesses, and I followed that movie.
No, there's there was a special edition of the DVD that I used to have that looked like a medical file, like a psychiatric file, and it had like all these special reports and pictures and all the the Polaroids and shit that he had, right? And so that's awesome. That is nice.
I love it.
But there was an Easter egg on the disc that I never found that if you clicked on it, it would play the movie in chronological order.
Oh wow.
And I've never seen it. I've never seen it in chronological order because it's
it ruins the experience.
It's not
because it's not the way the artist intended you to view it.
But I watched it at home on my television.
That's what's so beautiful about that movie is you're like, okay, what is happening? As well as when he's
the movie physically gives you Leonard Shelby's condition. because the whole way through I'm like, what? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what's going on? Like I had the same memory problems.
I know he'll be like running. He'll be like, "Oh, I must be chasing after this guy. Oh wait, he's chasing after me." It's like, what the fuck? It's like just shit like that. Oh god.
One of my pet peeves with especially like a mystery or a heist or a thriller or whatever is when the twist or the like crux of the plot rests on something that is withheld from the audience for like no reason other. So but Memento gives a mechanism by which that is justifiable, whereas like The Usual Suspects is a weird one because it kind of powers through based on the strength of the cast. But like go back and watch that on like rewatches and you're like, it's not a very rewarding rewatch because there's no hints, there's no clues.
There are no hints. Well, I mean the hints are very thin. Like,
but everything like he's watching it, like everything that he at the end he's like looking at all the clues and like they don't show those at all. Like those aren't
during the movie.
Even
like, you even solved it.
Even if you pause,
there's no way to figure it out.
The reveal and that to me that just means it's a showcase of like it's not supposed to be like it's not about the twist. It's about the performances and all of that, which is fine.
Yeah.
Or like the other one that always frustrated me was Ocean's 12. Because at the end, because they get you, especially as an Ocean's movie where they like get you invested in the twist, because that's like what the first one did, and then the second one is like, by the way, surprise, here's a side plot we just didn't tell you about.
We actually have the egg because we stole the real egg. You have the fake egg, and it's like, wait.
Well, I
mean that's cool, but like, why? How is that? Like the movie is like, haha, fooled you, and I'm like, no, not really.
No,
you just didn't. Yeah. Show me.
like even 13. Well, really, even 13 was better. Like in terms of like.
Well, because I think 13 abandoned the premise of
we're
going to fool the audience and
because when 12 came out, people were like, really, what the fuck was that? And it was like, yeah, it's enjoyable because the cast is great. Sure.
I didn't like the Julia Roberts twist.
That was stupid. That was
a little bit funny, but like it was too. But it was
it was meta. It was pretty meta.
It was
very meta, and it was like, oh yeah, you got Bruce Willis. He's gonna, sure. At the same time, but then they were like, all right, hey, when you do the next one, can you just bring it back to Vegas? And he's like, okay, we'll do the Vegas thing again. Yeah, but even that got a little crazy with the fucking nose and the fucking pheromones.
Well, it did. But see, the thing is, though, is like it still rewarded you even more than 12 because there were things that, like, for example, when Rusty shows up in the diagram with the disguise, like, and he puts the seismometer in his office. You think he's just installing a camera, but in reality, he's like, put an evacuation plan on paper, which at the end of the movie is why everybody ran out of the casino when they caused the actual earthquake, because that was the evacuation plan that he set up earlier. Like shit, there's shit like that in the movie where it's like, they fucked him.
It was like Ocean's 12 was trying to be a little bit more clever than it should have been, because even like, you had the twist where Matt Damon's character, like, all of a sudden, like, his father was involved and
his mom.
His mom, yeah.
Because remember, his dad.
Oh yeah, his father was in the third one, right?
Super Dave Osborne.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, may he rest in peace, man.
But he rest in peace. Yeah.
Like Deus Ex Machina is like not a thing that I think is an inherently movie ruining like phenomenon to happen, but like in a heist movie, it's kind of off-putting.
Well, no, because the idea, like what you're talking about with mysteries, it's like if you've got a movie that centers around like a detective or some character who's trying to solve something, I find it much more rewarding if I'm getting the same clues that the detective's getting, and can I piece it together before the movie reveals the answer to me.
I feel like that's like a genre and story thing, because you can have, I think what happened a lot of times when this happens, it's because it'll be like you can have a mystery story and then a mystery genre movie, and those aren't inherently the same thing, in the sense that like you can get a mystery, you can get a dramatic, or you can get a drama about a mystery, and that means that the movie is about the characters, not about the mystery itself, or like vice versa. You could have a movie that's a dramatic movie, but it's structured like a mystery where like there's something about the character interactions or whatever that happens to be a twist that the viewer needs to put together.
Yeah.
And sometimes it doesn't. It does. Like, for example, I think The Usual Suspects, while I will like nitpick those about it, the fact that the fact that rewatches don't reward you reverse engineering the puzzle does not ruin the movie, because the movie does not present it is like, while it is like a thriller structure, it doesn't purport to be that. It doesn't pretend to be smarter than the viewer.
And then when you have to solve it by the time you get to the end.
Yeah. And then when you find out little things like when they were like all being interrogated, like in the, when they stand in the scene, that was all ad lib. That was all ad lib. They were just like, all the actors were like the laughs were genuine. They were all having a good time when they were reading off, like, the line. They were all, that was all completely just, yeah. When you watch that thing, like, that's just that you appreciate that's the best scene in the movie, I think, to be honest. Like when they're all reading it off. One of the best. I would say that's the best, just because of the aspect of the fact that that is all genuine laughs, and everything.
Well, and also when you find out that, like, not only were they genuine laughs, but they were legitimately pissing Singer off. Like, it was screwing up the intent of what he was trying to do. Like, it was not meant to. Not only was it like off the cuff, it was at the time deemed detrimental. Like, you're fucking this up. Like, stop messing up the movie. And then it's like, no, it's the best fucking scene in the movie. Be glad that it happened.
Yeah.
Yeah,
which has been the saving grace for me for Singer, because obviously it's hard to like. Yeah. How do you enjoy those movies, knowing, especially like this one, because it's also got Kevin Spacey in it. Knowing more and more over the years about like how little involvement he actually had in the X-Men.
You just gotta appreciate the art. You gotta.
But also you learn like he didn't really direct all the X-Men movies. Like that was mostly like second unit or like whoever was doing that, and he like wasn't even on set. Or like stuff like thinking that what's the movie we're literally just talking about, The Usual Suspects, to like praise that scene and that, to know like, oh no, so I'm not praising Singer for that scene being.
No, I'm praising the actors for having a good time.
It makes it way more comfortable.
And like you could see it. I mean, like when Benicio del Toro just starts laughing, and then you like.
And Kevin Spacey's not in that scene, so it's like, just have at it. Say as much good as you want. Oh no, you're right. You're right, but he's not like one of the ones that's doing. He's not Benicio del Toro.
Sorry, go ahead, Ray.
No, I was just gonna say, Scott and I have talked about this many times in terms of the whole idea of like separating the art from the artist, and as we get older and as time goes on, there's just. If you don't do that, you will end up eliminating like half of the catalog of movies that you might do that over the time. And it's just, I'm not saying that we can sit and have like these in-depth discussions anymore about Usual Suspects or Baby Driver or stuff like that, but or anything that Singer has done. But it's still one of those cases where it's like, all right, here and there, just look at the movie, appreciate it for what it is.
Appreciate the art. Just appreciate the art.
Right. Scumbags in real life.
Like, I still have to live with the fact that the one movie I have seen in theater more times is a Kevin Spacey movie, and I'm not going to apologize for that.
American Beauty?
No. Beyond the Sea.
Oh, okay.
All right. The Bobby Darin. Yeah.
The Bobby Darin biopic. I saw that thing 4 times in 2 weeks.
There's nothing, but didn't, there's something wrong with that.
I'm usually able to separate it also in a lot of instances. What makes it, the X-Men movies have always been a little bit harder for me because there's so much subtext there that feels really icky, knowing Singer, and like the whole guy taking the special kids into his school and like I don't know, like
right.
And knowing and knowing in the way that he would groom people, and then also knowing that he would go to these like young male actors for some of these roles, like Iceman and all that stuff. You wonder what happened.
Dude, it's even worse for me because like at the time, like, obviously at the time he was in Good with Patrick Stewart, who was like extremely non-problematic in his own right. But
Yeah.
at the but Stewart got him a freaking cameo in Star Trek Nemesis.
Ugh.
Like Bryan Singer's in Star Trek Nemesis. It's like
I remember hearing about that. It's
he
like
doesn't have any lines. He's like a bridge guy that gets sucked out through the.
And that's
that's
one of the
good.
interesting things about when you talk about the like directors like especially more auteur artists like Snyder or Nolan, and part of the reason that like those guys attract more personal criticism when people don't like their movies is because their movies are them. And so how do you, not that you need to, because like Snyder isn't problematic, but like how do you separate the art from the artist with Snyder when like the movie is him? It's not a director for hire
or because like you go see a Nolan movie, you know it's Nolan. You know it's Nolan.
I mean, going back to the Memento thing. What I love about that, why that's always my favorite Nolan movie. It's just because there's something so unique about that storytelling. I mean, I know it's him and his brother, sure. I mean, and some people might argue like, yeah, he's got to bring his brother back, if he's going to do this. Yeah.
Oh, hey, Garza. Hi.
Yeah. Garza always says that. But I mean, it's just,
some
but
people
when
would
you
say
see
that Westworld is overrated, but
yeah, exactly. But when you see him talk about it, when you see him talk,
no, not Garza.
Yeah, when you see him talk about how he's the storytelling of Memento, I don't know if you guys have seen that video, and he like draws like a paper clip and how he does it. It's like, it's so I'm like, there it is right there. That's why I love this movie so much, because he literally took a story that has this character who has, short-term memory loss, that is trying to figure out, who killed his wife. And he has two different stories with the same character that are happening simultaneously. And then he separates it with black and white and color. One's moving reverse, one's moving forward, and then they meet, and then you get the twist, and you go, "Oh my god!"
That's why
nothing has ever done that.
Prestige to me is one of the most perfect movies. All of his movies on some level, the storytelling influences the structure. Like the structure is a part of the storytelling, which is so fascinating and amazing. And so, like for example, like
Michael Caine literally tells the whole story. Like when he says the three beats.
The Prestige is literally structured.
That's the entire movie.
The same way that the trick is. And so so the whole idea of it's in front of you the whole time, but you don't want to believe it, and it's a performance, and if you wanted to see it, you would, like, all of that is true of the movie itself also, which makes it, like, especially on rewatches, it's really intelligent that it does that. Yeah.
Well, and that literally happened to me when I saw it, because I forget where I brought this up before, but like his assistant, I think his name was Fallon in the movie. I'm watching it in the theater, and I'm looking at him, and he's got the top hat, and he's got the suit, and he's got the beard and all that, and I'm like,
that Christian Bale.
I'm like, that's Christian Bale in
but
makeup. But here's the thing, like, I didn't put it together. I was just like, okay, for some reason he's playing double duty. I don't know why. Did not even remotely occur to me.
Yeah,
until
he made you go like, nah, but it's not twins. There's no way.
He literally showed it to me, and I was literally like, that's nothing. And then
and that's the whole. As I was just telling Amanda earlier, because apparently Prestige comes up all the time, that what kind of redefined the way I look at like the whole entertainment world really is that trick that he takes, that Borden takes him and Angier to see, where they see the old guy do the fishbowl trick, and he tries to get him to guess how he did it, and he shows him after the show. He's like, no.
That's the trick.
The trick is not on a stage. The trick is that this guy has redefined his entire life around making that trick work. And then he does a performance that involves, a dozen other tricks.
He walks to the carriage.
And the finale is this performance. And the trick itself is not that special or unique or anything, except for the fact that it impresses people. For a split second, he makes the entire audience believe in magic, not because he does something special on stage, but because every minute of every day of his life he walks around that
with
way.
the crutch, like he's old in real life.
And that's the trick. And you look at like any other performer, and it makes me start wondering. You look at people, and I've always been this way with like Eminem and guys like that, where you're like, how much of what's in the tabloids and the press, how much of that is all like true versus part of the performance?
Well, and that kind of reminds me when I saw leading up to Batman.
I know I chose Eminem, so the comments are not going to be like, "Oh, his mom," but like that's not the point. The point is that there is a performance element to anyone with a public presence, and some of it is for the sake of the brand and not for.
Well, okay.
Absolutely,
Case in point, Christian Bale doing press for Batman Begins. I remember he was on the Rosie O'Donnell show at the time.
Whoa.
He did the interview with his American accent, and at some point it got brought up in the interview that he was Welsh, and Rosie O'Donnell sat back and went, "You mean you're faking an accent during this interview?" And he was like, "Yes, because I'm playing Batman, who is an American character. It would ruin the image if I was here doing an interview with my actual accent." And I just sat there and went, the dude is acting. He's doing the accent during the interview to maintain the image of how he's going to be playing Bruce Wayne in the movie. And I just went,
and the
wow.
thing
Because
is,
he recognizes that the performance doesn't begin and end when the movie begins and ends.
and he's also not wrong, because imagine if he had done that interview in the Welsh voice. I mean, God, thank God Twitter wasn't available then, because it was like, that man is not Welsh. Oh my God.
Good for you.
Yeah. I have that somewhere.
You prick.
Yeah.
but once again, but that
good for you. And how was it?
And how was it?
but that's just the point that you're making. And so to bring this back around, because we got on this crazy tangent because we were talking about Villeneuve's comments, and it's just the idea that I feel like that whole rabbit hole that we just went down is because different audiences look for different things, and when you read Villeneuve's comments in context, that's the point he's making. That
well, you go to the example of The Prestige. There are some artists that would say it is worth it for the sake of this experience to go through doing it this way. And there are other artists who would say, like, that's ridiculous. Why don't you just pull a rabbit out of a hat? The audience would still be entertained.
I lean toward the latter, because they fucked up the psyche of that one girl. I mean, just like, wow. Like, having to deal with the split personality that whole time. Was just like, and when he was explaining that at the end of the movie, I was just like, you have destroyed this woman's life.
Yeah.
For
the sake of but the look on their faces.
I know. Right. Yeah, it's just man.
And it's just, and I think for me, because I almost didn't even come on the panel tonight, because like, is this where this is the only thing they'd be talking about this week, because that was all everyone was talking about, and I was just like, I'm not interested in having arguments
happened
about this.
There was no other.
I know
there wasn't a Tobey Maguire video that we could talk about.
But the point was that I wasn't interested in having childish arguments about these comments that really at the end of the day mean nothing, because
that's why
people who like these certain movies are going to go watch these certain movies. Nothing is going to affect my personal hype for Dune. I mean, I'm still hoping that at least Dune tickets don't go on sale until next week, because I'm like booked up on my A-list reservations after getting my No Time to Die tickets today.
Ooh,
I canceled a movie. I had tickets to go see a movie that I canceled.
October's going to be a good month
because I wanted my No Time to Die reservation. I was like,
you still have hype for that movie.
For No Time to Die?
Yeah.
No.
I'm asking legitimately, because I've seen that sentiment around where it's like, it's been too long, I don't care.
No.
Oh
yeah,
I'm still not prepared for the fact that, one, this is Daniel Craig's.
Did you see that? Did you see his emotional
video?
Oh man,
guess where that came from? Yeah. It came from the Being James Bond movie that you can rent for free on Apple, because I just watched that tonight, and I was like, I got to the end of it, And what the documentary is this 45-minute documentary that's just Barbara Broccoli, Will's, damn it, I'm forgetting his name, but Barbara Broccoli's husband, and Daniel Craig. It's basically just a 3-part conversation where they intersperse it with behind the scenes documentary footage of Daniel Craig's entire tenure as James Bond. And it ends, you even get to see a shot from No Time to Die that was like, when you watch the movie, you'll go, that was the last shot Daniel Craig shot. And it's literally him running down an alley, turning right and disappearing off screen. That was the final shot Daniel Craig ever did as James Bond.
It's going to happen in the middle of a chase scene in the movie, and you're going to get choked up. Be like, just give me a second to appreciate it. Stop the movie.
There's so much more happening right now.
When two of your movies as Bond make it into my top 5 of the entire franchise.
My top 3.
Casino Royale, right?
Casino Royale and Skyfall.
Royale and Skyfall. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's.
I mean,
and I probably love Royale more than I love Skyfall. Truthfully.
Yeah, Royale's my. I like Skyfall a lot too, but Royale, for some reason, like when I remember watching that opening scene. That fucking hardcore shit. I was like, Jesus Christ, this took Bond to like a whole other level. Holy shit.
And just the I love the contrasting styles, because I mean the dude he's chasing is like Mr. Parkour. I'm gonna jump through the slit in the wall and I'm gonna do all the acrobatics.
And he's like just running through a wall.
Right. Yeah. He's just like or like when he jumped down, he's like, screw that. I'm on a hydraulic lift. Hit the switch, go down. Like he was improvising the whole way, and it was just like the contrasting styles.
So no, I totally have hyped for it because one, I'm not ready, like this. What people want to argue with me, you got to understand that when Casino Royale was coming out, I went and binged all the Ian Fleming novels. I read all the books. So when I watched the movie, I was like, screw this. Daniel Craig is the Bond that Fleming wrote in the novels.
Yes.
So when I'm watching,
but he's not blonde.
Yeah.
Oh, stop with that stupid thing.
Fucking
and also the Bond, the Craig era of Bond has done a very interesting experiment, which I'll be fine when they go back to a more traditional after him. But they made a 5-movie saga for.
Oh yeah,
Craig's
they connected
Bond.
it. Yeah,
right. Every movie ties into.
Because that
didn't happen before. It was just like, hey, you're on the next one, and that's it. You know?
And not only that, but it was like they literally like started him from scratch in a weird way because
before he was a double O, right? He was
a
double O.
Because that's the thing I love at the end of Skyfall, where it's like, you know, when Skyfall is
kind of
over,
almost got its origin.
Totally. Because when Skyfall is over, and like, you know, you've seen Naomi Harris the whole movie. And at the end of the movie, he's like when she puts her coat on and sits at the desk, he's like, I didn't catch your name. And then she's like, the realization in your head that she's Moneypenny.
Yes.
And then when he walks into the office and Ray Fiennes is there and he's the new Q, and it's like,
you mean the new M?
Or the new M, pardon me. But Q was also introduced in that movie.
Yeah.
Ben Whittingham's character. And it's just like,
character too.
When the movie was over, it's just like, okay, we're here. We've reset. This is it. Like the
Broccoli's called it. Yeah, the Broccoli's called it. We were bringing the MI6 family together.
Yeah,
right.
Because in that one movie, by the end of the movie, you've got Q, you've got Moneypenny, and you've got a traditional
M. Yes,
M.
Right.
Yeah, and I love it when Ben Wishaw's in the art museum, and he's like, "I'm your new quartermaster," and I just love the fact that like. Thank you for explaining to Joe Blow why he's called Q.
Right. No, but
it stands for quartermaster.
But I also listen. All respect to Desmond Llewellyn, may he rest in peace. But I loved how Wishaw played it with like the modern edge, where he's like every now and then a trigger has to be pulled. Yeah. You know, just the scoffing, like the arrogance, where he's just like, you're a blunt instrument. I'm the brains. I'm what's going to keep you alive.
And that's what's going to be interesting on the next like chapter of Bond, because like this really just kind of, I mean, I don't want to say it like grounded it, but it essentially just kind of went, hey, this is because every other Bond, you watch every other Bond, it's just like you just accept like, oh yeah, he's this super spy and he's got these characters that help him out and blah blah blah, and he goes on these crazy adventures. In the next movie, it's just another one. It's just another one. It's just this one, yeah, like I said, it's interconnected, and apparently this one's going to be interconnected, big time.
Because they're calling it a conclusion. Like,
yes,
they are advertising this as we are tying a bow on
Christoph Waltz is. Christoph Waltz and also Anna.
No matter how you feel about Spectre,
right. They're in it. And I like Spectre. I did.
I like Spectre.
I know it's not terrible. But
the problem is that it's always after the one that was amazing. Like,
yes. Right. Casino Royale, then you got Quantum of Solace. You're like,
you had the writer's strike for Quantum of Solace. They are perfectly aware of the issues with Quantum of Solace.
Yes.
They didn't have a finished script.
And then it came back with Skyfall, and then it like Spectre. It's like, all right, we're gonna try to inject some of the Bond. Well, I don't want to say Bondism. That sounds weird.
But that was it. They intentionally were like, we've waited long enough.
Yes.
Let's give them the gadgets. Let's give them let's make it more of a traditional Bond movie, because we spent 3 movies building to this. It was like the 4th movie is okay. We've earned Spectre.
And it wasn't terrible. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad.
The two things, especially with Casino Royale ending with that like quip from him, and I remember at the time everyone was like, now he's the Bond that everybody knows, and then it was like after the next one everyone was like, well, no, they're getting there.
Right.
So yeah,
that's one of the two things that I really dug about Quantum of Solace was one that it's like when the movie started, it was like, oh, this is like 5 minutes after Royale ends. Okay,
because Mr. White's in the trunk.
It was totally like it was like which was different than any Bond did, because you were like, wait a minute, what? This is not a whole new fucking thing that we're doing. It's like, no, this is right after the last one. You remember that one?
Right.
More than one that you like so much?
Every other Bond movie in history, you always spend not a huge amount of time, but at least a little bit of the time wondering, oh, wait, okay, so this is connected or this is not? Which part does this take place before or after the, like,
right. Yeah.
Oh, wait, Felix is in this, but and Jaws is in this, but wait, but is this did they have
that? To the moon? What the fuck?
Right. Yeah. Like who is no, the other thing I really dug out of Quantum was the Goldfinger tribute that they did, because you know how like I forget the actress's name. The Bond girl who dies in Goldfinger with the gold paint.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And they did it different, Gemma Arterton played that Agent Strawberry Fields, and it was an homage to that because of the oil but she was in the same pose on the bed, and that was the first thing I thought when I saw it. I was like, oh, that's Goldfinger.
Shirley Eaton was the actress
in the original in Goldfinger. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. No, I like that little. That was like an homage. It was like an homage death for the villain. I was like, okay, no, I dig that.
Yeah. But I mean, like, because when it came to the '90s, I mean, I played GoldenEye. I watched the Pierce Brosnan Bonds were my jam. But you watch those Bonds, it's like a lot of the stories took place where it's like, oh, he held captive for how long? What the fuck? You're like, wait, what? The last movie? Wait a minute, what? You look at the timeline. You're like, how is it that he was
dude, and did TBS did not help you every Thanksgiving when they would marathon the shit out of the Moore movies and the Dalton movies and the Connery movies. It's just like, what the fuck? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you just accept it, which was what's great about Bond,
right?
But that's what's so different about this one,
right? And I forgot who. I think it was maybe Richard Newby who brought this up on Twitter. I'm gonna give him credit, because Richard's
even if it wasn't him, he deserves credit that he's not getting in some way. So
exactly right,
totally.
But I think he was one of the people who said, "Are we looking at finally a Bond who goes out on a high note?" Because if we look at traditionally every Bond, they've kind of overstayed their welcome, with the exceptions of Lazenby and Dalton. And they peter out.
Yeah. The recast never feels like we've finished something and we're going to start something new. It always feels like, people are over that. Or he's over that.
To this day, I still haven't seen Die Another Day. I still have not seen Die.
It's one of those Bond movies that, like, in the theater, I was going,
because I could.
Well,
but that's the thing. I could see it going down because it was like GoldenEye was here.
Oh,
and then
GoldenEye was top.
And then tomorrow, GoldenEye's in my top 5. But GoldenEye is here, and then like
I like Tomorrow Never Dies though. Too.
There is a fan edit of Die Another Day though that is really fascinating.
Interesting.
That takes a lot of the Bondisms out of it, and I believe it is based on a. I think there's a studio interference story with Die Another Day. Well, it's Bond, so they've got the Broccolis having a preference on how things go anyway, right?
Well, it's always the Broccolis versus MGM or Sony or whatever.
But there's a wait, you guys said you had not seen? No, Scott has seen it. But
I've seen every James Bond movie.
So, but it takes the like that whole bit with him being captured in the beginning and everything, and it recuts it so that it focuses more on his capture and takes out something like the levity, and it like makes that like the torture way more like visceral, and then there are elements of that permeate throughout that actually does influence his plot throughout the rest of the movie, is the fact that he went through this torture in the beginning. But because they have all these Bond quipisms, which I find was more common with Brosnan than some of the other ones, but they trimmed a lot of that down to the point where like the influence of like him being but like more it was like more natural to his take on the character.
To his campy era of Bond.
I will totally agree with that.
Whereas with Brosnan, it was always kind of like a throwback, which is cool, but not always meshing with the tone. Yeah. And in this one, it was so prevalent that it was like it just didn't match the kind of story they were telling. And so this one cuts down enough of that to be like, oh wow, it's like almost a Craig era. I mean, with any fan edit, you're never going to get all the way to whatever. But it gets the tonally almost like a Craig era kind of visceral experience. That's kind of cool.
What was always interesting though too is the fact that coming from Pierce Brosnan Bond to Daniel Craig Bond is the fact that they kept Judi Dench.
Well, that was always what was weird to me is about when they get to that point where like, oh, here's Moneypenny and here's M and stuff. I'm like, but you killed. But you killed Judi Dench, and now so was that a spiritual sequel, or are these all code names, or was that just a cameo? How does this fit?
I have a feeling
I don't even try to make it work. It's Bond. I just go with it.
I have a feeling that like in today's climate, Skyfall would have been panned heavily for doing that.
Oh, because the shared universe expectations are so.
But no, I mean from a PC standpoint, the idea of killing the woman and replacing her with the traditional man, like I feel like that would have been like somebody would have tried to cancel Skyfall as a result of that. Like,
but the truth is, Judy was ready to go.
Yeah, Judy was ready to go.
But why not replace her with another woman? But they replaced Moneypenny with what's her name, which is a big step.
Naomi Harris.
I guess to be so respectful of the situation, let's call her what's her name. That's a truly upgrade. But
but like even to Dave, what you were saying that you didn't want to necessarily use the term grounded for Craig's movies, but I don't think there's a problem with using that term, because one of the things that was brought up then was, I mean, the year that Die Another Day came out, 2002, was the same year the Bourne Identity came out. And so there was definitely
you're on to something right there. They probably went like, you know what, the next Bond, we got to do something like that.
And I'm not taking credit for that. Like that's something that I've seen written. I've seen people write that up. Like, okay,
it makes sense though.
Well, it's sad that I know people like the later Bourne movies. Not that they're bad, but it went from like something novel and groundbreaking into something more.
I like the original trilogy. The original trilogy is really good.
I don't know if I should say.
Somebody actually asked me that on the live show.
But like, I think there's a clear difference between the quality of the original movie, even within the original trilogy. The very first one is a different caliber than Supremacy or Ultimatum.
I actually like Supremacy and Ultimatum better than the first one.
Oh,
and the reason for that is because I feel like because Doug and I don't have anything against. I love Doug Liman. Doug Liman, that's Go and didn't he do Swingers? He did Swingers, didn't he? I think so. But like, no, Doug Liman is fine. No, but I just like the Greengrass was the one that brought in the shaky cam and like made it even like grittier. And I know, yes, shaky cam can be seen as a gimmick. I just like I just like the element of trying to put the audience in the action as it's happening. And like some of the way that the car chases were shot, it was like you feel the crashes. Yeah. Like you feel the hits. It's just like, ooh. And also when he's fighting like in close quarters, like he's like punches. My favorite one of my favorite moves is when he literally like takes a book and is just like punching through the book at the guy's head, and just like anything is a weapon. Like no matter like what it is. Like there's just something about the close quarters visceral quality.
It's like John Wick, but in John Wick it treats it as novel in a way that Bourne treated it as disposable, where like the pen, the book, whatever, it was just, well, of course he's going to use that. It's what's available to him. John Wick was like almost glorifying the holy shit, it's a book. Whereas in Bourne, it was just like, it's a book, it's a pen, whatever, it's a hand, whatever the fuck, it's an extension of my killing.
And then you go to Casino Royale.
Like, we've watched too many Jackie Chan movies. Sorry.
But then you go to Casino Royale, and the whole point was, what I liked about it is that they were talking about, one, this really came from Daniel Craig too, because like Daniel Craig was fighting doing Bond, because
that's another thing too, is like Daniel Craig looked like he could kick ass. Like Pierce Brosnan, good shape, but when his shirt off, he like hairy chest in shape. But Daniel Craig was fucking
because here's the thing: when he comes up out of the water,
that is such an important story. This is why this is.
Scott got so excited.
Are you talking about?
I'm like.
Are you talking about the decision of like what Bond would wear as trunks?
No. Okay, here's what happened. So once Craig got the role
about that,
and the Broccoli's like talked him into it, he was like, okay, I'm committing. And of course, his trainer was a former Royal Marine, and course, I mean, even our Marines look at Royal Marines and go, "Those fuckers are nuts." And and so because I've talked to a couple of U.S. Marines, they're like, "Oh no, those Royal Marines, oh no, they're psycho, man." And so that's his personal trainer, and he said, "If I'm going to do this role, I need to look like I can do the things that I'm doing." Then you got to remember all the blowback Craig was getting, the press
about the blonde hair.
It was everything, and he was being very short and curt with his answers. He wasn't being charismatic. It was a paparazzi who buried themselves under the sand on that beach in the Bahamas to snap the spy shot of him coming out of the water in those trunks. And that one photo where everyone went, holy shit, look at Daniel Craig. That was what turned the entire conversation around about Craig being Bond, because when they saw him jacked as F, they were like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh. And so that scene is, while we can kind of make fun of it or some can appreciate it, you got to understand that as a watershed moment for Craig's filming of Casino Royale, it changed the media narrative of him as Bond, because they saw him and went, whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, this is what they're
going for, because that's not a normal Bond. But you know what's funny is like that scene was like they had to decide what would Bond wear as swim trunks. Do you ever hear about that story?
I haven't heard this story.
I have not heard this story.
The story was like, I remember watching a behind the scenes featurette where they were like, would he wear board shorts? Would he wear Speedos? They were like, they couldn't decide. They were like, what would Bond wear as swimwear? That's why when you watch that, it's almost like a mid between. It's like they're not but quite board shorts. They're short and they're kind of tight. They're not Speedos. So they're like mid. They're like they go to like his mid thigh. Right. So it's not quite Speedos, not quite board shorts. They found that in between because they couldn't determine whether Bond would be like board shorts or Speedos. So they went right in the middle.
You're right, Ray. Though Connery had something because they did a lot of Bahamas.
Yeah,
They used the Bahamas a lot in the Connery
I was going to
movies.
say Goldfinger, Thunderball was in the
Dr.
water.
No.
Yeah.
Dr. No, yeah. I was going to
Well, I was
say,
gonna
I'm
say,
like,
and
no.
Dr. No was a lot bigger influence on Casino Royale than, like, even the Casino Royale, right? Because that was like the early, that was like the first or earlier in the run. So
like one of the biggest changes that they made that I've always appreciated as an American is that they're not playing Baccarat like it was in the original book, and also in Dr. No they're playing Texas Hold'em, which at the time in 2006, Texas Hold'em was huge.
It was huge.
Texas
and that
Hold'em
was such oh my god,
it was.
Oh yeah, here we go. And that's Connery's suit in Dr. No was. It might as well be an homage to that because it is all the same color blue and like the same length shorts.
Yeah,
right.
So they were trying to look at it modern, like in the modern world, what would Bond be wearing? And they're like, board shorts would look ridiculous, speedos would look ridiculous. So they were like, we got to go mid range, and they found that perfect balance. And they probably looked at, of course, many of those scenes too, and like previous Bonds where he was wearing just trunks. And they're like, how do we do that in the modern world? And they found a good balance.
And they talked about the fact that they wanted to bring it back to the emotional core of the character because they even say that's where we fell apart with Quamasalis was we lost the character journey for Bond in Quamasalis because the script wasn't done. And that's why Skyfall gets so successful because it became it got back to being about Bond's emotional character journey.
And they went and they delve into his origin. That's what was so good
which is
about it.
in the books.
Yeah. Yes.
It's in the books. And then, the fact that they finally got the freaking rights back to Casino Royale so they could tell the first novel, which, it's all, and they get the arc of Bond, kind of falling for Vesper and then getting fucked over at the end. And that justifies his almost misogyny to him because it's like the one time I
fell in love,
I got screwed.
No, I remember I used this. I used this line when my ex broke up with me. I literally posted on Facebook. I said, "Why should I need more time? The job's done. The bitch is dead." Like I said, that was just it was, and that's like that's like a line out of there. It's like, you don't trust anyone, do you, James? No. Then you've learned your lesson. Yeah, that's like you watch.
And you also got to know that line you just quoted is literally that's where the book ends. The bitch is dead is the last line of Casino Royale, the novel.
Okay, all right.
That was that. I mean, that was like
if you wanted a peek inside the mind of Ian Fleming.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because man, let's talk about the damage that man had.
I'm sure he's been. Yeah, he's had some bad relationships.
Hey, I know this is off topic, but we're kind of doing a few tangents here. Could I just read a headline that I saw that I need to read real quick?
Sure, go
Go ahead.
Clint Eastwood once told Jeff Daniels he could relate to Dumb and Dumber's diarrhea scene.
Oh yeah,
yes,
I heard about
that.
I saw that. I totally saw that.
All I want to see, I want to see that scene. I want to see Clint Eastwood talk to
Yeah, I've been there.
In that Clint Eastwood voice, I want to hear him talk about the fact that that he had explosive diarrhea one time. I want to hear that conversation. I really do.
Was it during a Dirty Harry movie? I don't know.
I know, right? Yeah.
or was it a long day on one of the Fistful of Dollars movies?
Cry Macho is out now, right? Isn't it?
Yeah, that was the ticket. I canceled tonight so I could get my No Time to Die. As I basically just went. It's HBO Max for me.
Yeah, you can watch it on HBO Max.
I'm watching HBO Max. I need my No Time to Die ticket.
Right, right. See, and MGM hasn't aligned, or have they? Forget who has anybody bought them yet?
Nope.
Right, they
haven't. But Amazon.
Amazon. Right, Amazon was like, yeah, but it hasn't happened yet. So no, and that's the big thing. Whenever MGM comes up, when we talk about who's going to buy them, for streaming rights, it's it's not really who's going to buy MGM, it's who's going to buy James Bond.
Well, which was
really
crazy
what it
because like Amazon bought all that, and then so there's all the speculation about what they could do, and the Broccoli's are like, no, there's not going to be any James Bond streaming show, and I'm like,
Right.
look, I appreciate you not giving in to what the modern era of Bond would be if it was owned by like Disney, but also name a franchise more suited for like a long-running streaming series with spin-offs and
on Amazon.
And imagine the Bond world building you could actually, because I feel like Bond world building, I know we've been talking about how Craig established all this stuff, but the Bond world building has always been this element of like there's Bond isms, but there's no actual like concrete. You've got these, you have your M, your Q, your money, but like there's no it's never more than just like an archetype. You don't actually get to see it like played out and established and built on over a period.
And that's the weird thing. Like when you go and you read the books, it's like you see his apartment, you know about his maid. You get hints dropped here or there about his growing up, and it's all just like it's subtle and it's hinted at. That's never a big plot point in the books.
Imagine that as a streaming series and not a Netflix streaming series or a Disney Plus streaming series that falls into those like Netflix and Disney Plus isms. An Amazon streaming series where they will give you, they will commit to delivering on that over the like having his friends be like, you're a secret agent and didn't tell me, like, which would be 90% of the Disney Plus and Netflix show.
Well, no, they filmed a lot about Nassau, because I'm gonna throw that up. Well, it was Nassau, Jamaica. Am I screwing that up? That's
no. Nassau's in the Bahamas. No, Nassau's
they do a lot of filming in Nassau. So
absolutely, yeah.
No, thank you, Christopher.
No, but Stephen, you're absolutely. I mean, come on, we're talking about. I mean, the Boys, Man in the High Castle. Right, like Amazon has the pedigree here. Okay, they've got the clout in that regard. As far as you're definitely not going to get. Listen, Disney Plus struggles with some of their PG-13 content. Splash controversy. Anybody? But like and they still can't figure out what they want to do with all the Fox shit that's rated R. So it's like, no, I don't want them to do that. And do I necessarily want to see a Bond series on Netflix? No, because I haven't seen what they can do with a franchise IP yet. I only know what they can do with originals.
Yeah. And well, I mean, like The Witcher is great, but I don't know. There's this Netflix.
That's like it. Like, is there any other franchise other than The Witcher that like IP? Like,
I don't know. I mean, Queen's Gambit.
Which the original woman is suing them, right? Isn't that what happened?
Yeah, for $5 million over like something. Yeah. I don't know.
Over all her wins or something like that.
Right. But that's what I'm saying is like there isn't like for every time this comes up where people are like Netflix should buy DC, and it's like getting past the fact that that's never going to happen.
But I mean, look at like
Netflix hasn't proved that they can handle. As much as I love Netflix, they haven't proved they can handle a massive IP like
Umbrella
that.
Academy. The Netflix shows were hit and miss. The first seasons were usually good. Umbrella Academy. Jupiter's Legacy was like a big no for me.
I did not see that.
It started off strong and it may be strong, but the middle was like holy.
It didn't want to commit to its own premise and really and it really hit. It made the entire thing. Good. It made the entire thing about the moral quandary of vigilantism and whether or not heroes can and should kill, which like is not new or fresh. But not only that, but they didn't commit to it. They came off with a really wishy-washy like they just shouldn't because they shouldn't, and didn't even.
And then you had like a animated series like Invincible come in and go, hey, fuck, this is what we're going to do. We're going to stream. And they were like, everybody's like, what the fuck?
Speaking of Amazon.
Glad I watched, glad I watched Invincible instead because, like,
Oh,
Scott,
Invincible
Rick,
was-
everybody was
especially
like,
for coming out at the same time. Yeah.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
that was
Yeah,
not.
but
that was-
Invincible was just like, hey, we're just not
Really
gonna hold back.
exposed. Or hell, even
Yeah.
The Boys addressed that exact same issue. Even though
That
it's like
too.
it's
The
like
Boys,
comedic.
absolutely.
The fact
yes.
that Boys is like, I mean, The Boys is like satirized Jupiter's Legacy before Jupiter's Legacy.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
And
dude,
Jupiter's Legacy was too boring, man.
that
So
first
boring.
episode of Invincible is because I've never read the comic, but I'm just watching the first episode. I was like,
Well, yeah.
I
Dude,
bought the
I mean,
omnibus.
I
I still need to
remember-
get into it, but
I remember when that all came out, and I waited till like, okay, the season finale is gonna happen. All right, I'm gonna binge. And when I watched the first episode, I was like, what? This is like kind of run by the numbers, kind of okay. So
a lot of people told me, they were like, "Oh, I watched it and it wasn't that special." And I was like, "No, you have like
yeah, but
that's the
when you
point.
get
The
to
point is
ending-
that it's very
no,
when I got to that ending, I went,
yes, the ending.
oh, that's
that's
what this is gonna be about.
No,
that's what was so beautiful about it. I was like,
that's what
oh,
that's
shit.
what I'm saying. Like I completely uninitiated to it. I get to that ending and I'm like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, because the whole episode is just like, okay.
well. The point is that
Right.
you've seen this story a million times
Yes.
before until it's not.
until you get to that ending and you go, oh my god.
I'm like, okay, I'm in.
And then all of a sudden you get to, and then you get to that.
Well, and it does that the whole series. The whole series
Yes.
just keeps on taking it to like, oh, by the way, that's not the only like we're gonna take it.
And then all of a sudden the next episode you go, Jesus Christ. And then the next episode, oh my god.
And then you get to that finale, and you're like,
oh.
I was also having fun picking out the voices because
Yeah.
like,
oh yes,
there were so many voices. Like I love Burn Notice. Like I'm a huge fan of Burn Notice, and just for Jeffrey Donovan to randomly show up as Machine Head, I'm like, son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Who else did you get in this cast?
Ezra Miller, Sandra Ho, J.K. Simmons,
Sonequa Martin Green is in this
Walter
cast
Goggins.
for a second.
Oh, apparently Ian Fleming has an airport named after him in Jamaica. Dr. No.
Oh, yeah, because he Goldeneye was the name of his house.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Interesting.
Jamaica.
Funny. Okay.
Nice.
It's like, yeah, Jamaica,
Christopher.
Goldeneye in Jamaica was his. That was his summer, kind of summer. It was his getaway from England. That was where he would go to write. It's basically he would say screw the world. He'd go to his house in Jamaica, and he would just write his books there. That's also where he would entertain Mrs. Simpson and the king who abdicated. They were personal friends, just to kind of give you a sense of the company that Fleming liked to keep.
Scott,
Okay.
Scott, this is off topic, but Will's comment reminded me of this. I have to ask you: have you seen a single residual yet from your airplane commercial?
Oh my god.
Oh my
No.
god.
Dude.
I
That my
Like,
god. When
like,
you posted that,
you know how
oh my
like, and you said this too. You were just like, you know how sometimes someone will be like, "Wow, that looks like so and so in a commercial." You look at it, you're like, a little, kind of, but not really. And in this case, it was like,
full on
when the fuck was
doppelganger.
Scott in a commercial?
Jesus Christ. That's your long lost twin right there.
And it wasn't even just the guy; it was also what the guy was doing. No lines, just facial expressions of this dude that like does not know how to fly a plane, trying to do executive decision like Kurt Russell, and like,
oh my
fly
god,
the
I love
plane.
that movie.
Oh, that's
How
right.
you know, okay, now go into a different tangent, which Scott, by the way, that is your like long lost twin. But like
What
going
happened,
on,
man?
I know that was like crazy. When you showed that, I was like, wow. I mean, we all supposedly we all have like 5, people that look like us throughout the world. Apparently, I look like that speed skater guy, Apollo.
Anton
Ono.
Ono, Apollo
Yeah,
Ono?
yeah. People, look at him and look at me. You gotta go, oh, yeah, I could see it. Apparently,
Oh.
that's what it is. But going to executive decision, man. I love that you brought that up. I love that movie. And one of the reasons why I love that movie, because it was sold as a Steven Seagal movie. But what did they do?
Oh,
They
God,
fucking
that
killed him
was such
in
a
the
bait and
first
switch.
15 minutes.
And
And it was like, yes.
Yeah.
And it was a Kurt Russell, John Leguizamo movie. And I was like,
It was.
fuck
Kurt
yeah.
Russell, John Leguizamo with Halle Berry on the side.
Yes. It was
Yes.
so good.
Oh,
And
it
I was
was-
like, they
yeah.
sold that movie so much as a Steven Seagal movie. And they just said, No, he's off in like the first 10, 15 minutes. He's and the fact
people get mad when they do that sometimes. I always love it because there's nothing better than when you're sitting in a movie and like you think you know what to expect, and then something happens and you're like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
I don't know what's gonna happen now.
You're like, wait a minute. We just went from a Seagal to a Russell movie.
And I thought I knew what to expect now, and now I need to just like let them tell me this story instead of.
And that movie is intense. That movie is intense.
Because you remember, like this was like early to mid '90s when like plain terrorism and like terrorism in general was still a thing that we were making movies about. That stopped.
Air Force One.
Right. That stopped understandably after 9/11.
Anybody remember that? Yeah. I know Scott saw this, I'm sure, but I don't know about anyone else, but Flight Plan with Jodie Foster?
Yes.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Where's my daughter?
Yeah.
Where's my daughter? Where's my daughter?
It was
and that was a young was it?
Yeah.
No, wait. I'm thinking of that other movie.
Which was not terrorism on a plane, but I think it struck that very same chord of
a little bit
fear of flying and
but you remember like in the early like
and Red Eye came out at the same
Cillian Murphy.
at the same time.
Murphy and Rachel McAdams.
Yes, right. But no, you remember like Passenger 57.
Oh yeah,
Air Force One, like you said, Scott. Right. So like Executive Decision
Get off my
was like,
plane.
And Executive Decision was like in the middle of that.
Snakes on a plane.
Oh,
one of those action movies. Yeah.
But Executive Decision, that's what was so beautiful about it, is the fact that they gave that twist. It was look
at the rest of that cast too, Dave. Because Joe Morton's in that cast.
Yeah.
Oliver Platt's in that cast.
There's so many good players in the cast. Right. And I think even Steven Seagal was pissed about that, right? Wasn't he like not but he still did it? I think he was not right. He was not happy about it because it's Steven Seagal. We get it,
right?
But that was what was so beautiful about it, is they sold it as like, oh yeah, this is Steven Seagal. He's on a plane now, and then he dies in like the first 10 minutes.
And that because this was also in the middle of like his Under Siege territory when he was like doing those movies. But like what was even better about that twist was like how organic it was to the story itself, because the idea is that these terrorists have taken over the 747 and they're gonna, they've got demands or whatever. Okay, we're gonna take this stealth bomber that's gonna connect to it, and this SEAL team is gonna go up there and take it out. So the idea is that screws up.
Yeah,
the plane crashes. He gets sucked
and
out.
And then Steven Seagal's like, "Are we gonna make it?" He's all, "You are." And then she just shuts the door, and you see him just get fucking. And you go, "I don't know what this movie is now. It's not a Steven Seagal movie. What the fuck?
Right,
oh my god!"
Because the entire rest of the movie is like Russell and Leguizamo and whoever's left,
and Halle Berry.
B.D. Wong's in it too.
B.D. Wong's in it. Yeah.
He's one of the soldiers. He's one
of a good movie.
And the whole idea is, okay, with what we have left, how do we still pull this off?
Oh, it's so good.
Before they blow up the plane, because that's the other failsafe, is like once they get to a certain point, because there's so much going on in the fucking movie, because it's like, okay, they have the plane and we don't know what it's doing, but Russell is a CIA agent. He's like, there's nerve gas on that plane. They're going to screw up a city. And then he gets on the plane, but they're like, there's no proof of that. And Seagal's like, no, there's no proof that you've got any of this or whatever, right? And he's like, no, I'm telling you, it's there. And so, of course, he finds it, and it's like, you can forget Washington. There's enough nerve agent here to wipe out half the eastern seaboard. And so it becomes this failsafe where it's like, if you don't stop the plane by this particular time, they have to shoot it down and like kill everybody on board the plane. And Russell's like, no, if you do that, the nerve gas will blow up. But they don't know this, and they can't contact anybody. And it's just fucking tension the entire rest of the movie.
Dude,
trying to figure this out.
Such a good movie. Such a good movie. My God. Yeah. I mean, I love that bait and switch. I mean, you can even look at that like with a movie like Deep Blue Sea. Did anybody expect that Sam Jackson was just like going to die like halfway through? I mean, come on. Did you guys see that? No. I mean, obviously, spoiler alert. I mean, obviously the movie's been out for fucking 25 years. But that's what I love about movies where you go, you have this star, and then all of a sudden it's just like, boop, star's dead. What now? And you go, I don't know. What the fuck is this movie now? I'm like, can we bring that back? I want that back when you sell a movie with a star, and then all of a sudden they just get offed, and you go,
The
what's happening?
The only time that happened that it actually bothered me was Godzilla.
Oh yeah.
It's
Even
the
Bryan
only
Cranston.
time that
Even
happened.
Bryan Cranston said that. He goes, "You're kind of killing the narrative here." You
And
realize that, right?
I still love that movie too.
Oh yeah, it's still
love
great.
it.
It's still my favorite, actually, out of the new Godzillas. It's still my favorite. But yeah, when they do off them, you kind of go, okay. I really wish you. Yeah, I still like it. I still what you're going for. That was Gareth Edwards, right? Gareth.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. And I'm like, I'm still fucking. I'm eating the barbecue you're cooking here, motherfucker. But at the same time, I'm going. I still wish Bryan Cranston was still around.
What is the most like as far as like death of a character? What is the most shocking death of a character that you've seen?
The Departed.
Thank you. I was just about to say that. To say that.
Yeah.
Because when that happened in the theater, I think I may have loudly said, "What the fuck."
Well, no, because it's 5 of them in a row.
Yeah,
not 5 of them, but it's
no. But it started with Billy. Like for me, when because it just happens. This is like the door opens, bam, and it's just like,
oh
what
man,
the fuck. Like,
speaking of, it's not a movie, but has anyone played Sleeping Dogs?
No.
Yes,
You know what
yes, I have. Yes, I have.
I
know it is. I haven't played it.
I just finished a replay of that, and I'm like anxiously, almost excited for the movie.
Do you know what I love about that game, Steven?
The fact that it is what The Departed, if it happened in Hong Kong, and
you mean like
was
Infernal
mixed,
Affairs?
if it was like
Infernal Affairs.
okay, so let's say Infernal Affairs then, but it's Infernal Affairs meets The Godfather meets Grand Theft Auto, and like it is such, but in a neon noir, like it is such a perfect, like it's a great story, but like the aesthetic and the whole, it even digs, obviously because it's a game, so it's got much longer narrative or linear narrative, but it's digs into that whole psyche of being an undercover cop even more than The Departed got to.
Yes, I agree with that.
Which is whenever there is an undercop story, it doesn't even get into it that far, where it gets to the point where you're like, wow, what even is the right thing to do here anymore?
Sleeping Dogs is a very morally gray game. It is.
Yeah.
And I just, because I'm a sucker for open world games. Like I love Grand Theft Auto, and I love like any open world sandbox games where you can just not do the mission and just fucking drive around the city. So many times in
Those are
Sleeping
fun.
Dogs, I would just get in the car at night when it was raining and just drive listening to the radio stations.
Oh, it had great
shit that I
For
did.
me, that's LA Noire. That's what I would do with LA Noire is
I
drive
would do that
around
with
in
Grand Theft Auto.
in
Just
40s LA.
Well, and because of all the time I always loved playing Sleeping Dogs, after I finished it, I did a bunch more missions to get like to finish finding all the loot boxes and all that, and then just because I was addicted to that gameplay style, jumped into GTA 4, which is like good, but
I like it.
But
everybody
like
hates the driving, but I like it.
The drive. Well, I mean, compared to Sleeping Dogs, like the driving mechanic and the music, like the radios, and like even the story is good, but it's just missing that next level of like awesomeness that really makes the Sleeping Dogs.
Sleeping Dogs also, one thing that it really does, it like Grand Theft Auto is, I haven't played 5, so I don't know if they've done this at all, but melee combat, like fighting.
Well, because it was before like the Arkham games, I think. Or it was early enough that like that was a new combat style.
Let me check this out. Hold on, let me see. Arkham.
Scott's like,
I'm on this. It's
I was going to say it might have been around the same time. I don't know. Sleeping Dogs.
Okay, so Arkham Asylum came out in 2009.
Oh, okay. No, Sleeping Dogs is later than that. Sleeping Dogs was a PS3 game.
Oh, 2012.
2012.
Okay, so I guess I was wrong on that, but it still was a relatively fresh fighting style. Well, I guess compared to last week we were talking about Enter the Matrix, which I guess really was the origination of that.
Oh yeah, by the way, last week's stream completely cleared of all copyright.
Awesome. Speaking of which, so let's go watch some gameplay videos of.
I know we I mean, I'm just saying it took like 6 days, but yeah, completely cleared of everything that we watched.
That's good. But no, Steven, like I think what it is like the melee combat in Sleeping Dogs. It's very different than like in the Arkham games. And what it is like there is an open world element to it where it literally felt like as organic as a gunfight or as organic as any of the other stuff that you pull off in an open world GTA game. It was like, but we'd never been able to do that. In a GTA game, it's just punch, kick, whatever.
And because
but in this case, it's like actual martial arts and like fights that you're in the alleys.
And with GTA is like fun, but I think where it fails is it's kind of an everything but the kitchen sink gameplay thing. And what that creates is nothing. The game isn't tailored to any specific style of gameplay, and so like the gun mechanics are okay or good but not great. The fighting mechanics, especially compared to Sleeping Dogs, there's nothing. The driving mechanics are okay, right? And like and the story is not like fully open world, but not like there's all these things that are like not 100%. Whereas like in Sleeping Dogs, you play it and you're like, oh no, the driving in this is on point. The fighting mechanic is on point. And then the guns, while not perfect, there was an element in it though where the guns were rare enough because it's in Hong Kong that the gun control there made it less prevalent. That that the guns had an element of novelty to them that that really made the game more interesting. Anyway, I didn't mean to hijack and talk about a game that half the stream hasn't played. But
no, but I also love just really quick. I also love the architecture, like just the drive, like the highways, like the bridges, and like because he has like 4 different safe houses, and like over the course of the main mission, he switches. Like at one point he's in an apartment, and then another point he's in a houseboat. Right, like I love like the whole.
Oh yeah, the safe houses are great, and and the stuff you can do when you're driving too. The driving hijack and all that is.
Yes. Damn it! Now I need to play. I need to play that game again.
I know. I hadn't thought about it forever, and I was.
But you're right.
I got my Steam link set up at home.
Yeah, but you're right though. They have been talking about at the movie adaptation for a while.
No, so there is one that I don't know if it's shooting now but with what's his name from one of the dudes from Rogue One. But
not the main dude.
Please say Donnie Yen.
Yeah, Donnie. If it's Donnie Yen, I'll watch it. I don't even know. I hadn't even played the game, but. I mean, speaking of games, Jesus Christ, can we get a decent Max Payne fucking adaptation?
Oh, man, I was so excited for that. Yes, Donnie.
Dude, so was I.
It is
Donnie Yen?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But
is he in John Wick 4?
But the only thing with Donnie Yen that's concerning is the game takes place in Hong Kong. And if you've looked at what and like because Hong Kong is very key to the plot and the tone of how the game works.
Yes, it is.
And if you know anything about Hong Kong's politics with China, and if you've seen what Donnie Yen has said about China, it makes me concerned about how much of that element is going to be present or how they're going to treat it.
Is this who's like, is this an American film or is this?
I honestly haven't been able to find enough about it to know like what to expect, but it's directed by Jacob Oliver Crarup. No. Sorry. It's written by him. It's directed by where? It's not listed. I thought I saw.
I am poised. I'm waiting for him to drop a name that like I know. Hopefully.
I saw a name that I somewhat recognized that sounded like a white dude name, but I can't remember.
He said a white dude.
But like, it's
John Smith.
Yeah, I'm like Matt.
Matt.
No, it's like
not Vaughn, please.
Jeremy.
Not Matt.
Hey,
Although
hey, Matt Vaughn.
You know what though? I was going to bring this up earlier when we were talking about Bond because I still enjoy the fact that even though they've never officially said this, but Craig got layer cake.
Oh yeah,
that's what got. That's what got him.
Oh yeah, we've talked about that before on the stream. It's like, yes. You watch Layer Cake, you go, yeah, that was Daniel Craig's audition for Bond.
Absolutely.
No, you watch that, you go, yeah, 100%.
You want to talk about that fucking cast?
No, Jesus Christ.
Michael Gambon, Cole Meany, man.
Tom
and
Hardy.
Hardy was in there, and then you got what's her name?
The
Dexter
girl.
Fletcher. Dexter Fletcher's in
What's
that
her
movie.
name? I can't remember her name.
Sienna Miller.
Sierra Miller.
Sienna Miller. There it is.
Sienna
Yes.
Miller.
Yes.
Sienna Miller. But then also, Daniel Craig also had the relationship with Sam Mendes from doing Road to Perdition, which is how he got him to direct Skyfall.
Fucking A, man.
Sam Mendes, director of 1917.
It's all connected. Yes, Sam Mendes. Yeah,
Which I still haven't seen 1917.
Oh my God!
What?
Oh,
On my
you gotta
list.
watch
It is
it,
on my list.
dude. It's so
On my
fucking
list.
So good.
I mean,
It
we
is,
mentioned that in the beginning. I mean, the reason why that movie won the Best Picture is like the fact. When I first watched that movie, I remember I watched it at the theater right around the corner, and I was just blown away. And I was always looking for the cuts. I found a couple, but there's some where I'm like, I don't know how
You can spot a lot of. You can go
in the beginning. I spotted the very first cut. I was like, okay, I saw what they did right there.
I did that with Birdman.
Creative. But at the same time, there's like some stuff. I mean, and then when you watch the behind the scenes, when you see the main character like he's running, and you're like, that took place during the day. They shot that during the day, but it's at night in
nighttime
the film.
in the movie.
What the fuck? How did they? What the hell? You're just like, holy shit! You see the behind the scenes. It's like that was in the middle of the day, but it was at night.
And when it won Best Visual Effects, people were so mad. I was like, dude, have you seen this
I'm
movie?
Like, have you seen the behind the scenes?
You know what? I remember.
Know.
I remember that being a thing, and I was like, and I that was one of those cases where I could observe because I saw the one side of people getting pissed, and then I saw the other side that had seen the movie. They were like, "No, shut up! This deserves that Oscar." I was like,
dude, and then it was funny because I went to Vegas and I was at my dad's house. He hadn't seen it yet, and we put it on. I was like, because my dad, he was in the Army for over 30 years. I'm like, you haven't seen this yet? Put it on. You're going to be amazed by it. Yeah, he was absolutely blown away by it, and I was like, yeah. I mean, this was just like a feat right here. I don't know. You can't even tell me how they pulled this off.
So it does not have a director that I can find. What the name that I saw was a producer, which is Neil Moritz, who has done all of the Fast and Furious movies and Triple X and
so I'm still good. I'm still okay.
That's encouraging. That's encouraging to me. I think, although he's one of those guys, like it puts it in that Fast and Furious range, which is like I was saying. There is a Fast and Furious version of this movie that would be pretty good, but there's also like a Scorsese version that would be really good. And this leans more towards the one than the other.
Yeah. No, I don't.
Not that it can't be that, but the elements that are really attract me to it are not as well represented by his.
And I have some Asian friends of mine that I don't want to say they hate The Departed. It's just that
I can.
they're totally like, Infernal Affairs is better, and I was like, okay, I will watch Infernal Affairs. It's like I really want to watch.
Affairs is good, but it's one of those ones that makes me wish I knew the original language because the subtitles don't. There's so much. If you think about The Departed and you think about like not that it's exactly the same, but if you think about the nature of those performances and what's communicated in the subtext and the angst in the voice and everything, and you remove all of that in favor of just the text, there's stuff in it that's like, I understand, but I don't. There's so much in here that I know I'm missing by not knowing the language, even though I get like the bullet points of the story just fine.
Yeah. All right, Scott, you got to go?
I got to go, man.
Yeah. All right, go ahead. Plug yourself.
You can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast, the DC Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. We will be doing our first episode of the new era soon. Life gets in the way. But you can find us on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. And tune in tomorrow night where this Joker and I will be, I don't know, getting renewed. I don't know. Maybe, a little renew you.
Feet of Clay.
Part one. Part one. Yes.
Oh, that has one of my favorite scenes in the entire
Oh, no.
show.
Oh, my God.
Dave posted a GIF of a scene that you go, this was a kid's show.
Yeah. I literally was like, this is what Scott means by This is a kid show where like you see the shadows and they're dumping all the shit on his face.
Oh no, that's terrifying. But I'm talking about the interrogation. Who was Lucius Fox meeting at the dock? Wayne, Bruce Wayne, you lying sleaze.
Oh no,
that answer.
This is an intense episode, and it's probably and mind you guys, this might be a little. I have to go to. I'm going to a barbecue tomorrow, so it might be a couple hours later than normal. So we might have to postpone it just a little bit for a couple hours. We'll figure out exact time, but I'm thinking 8:00 normal time. Well, the time that the Vodka stream normally does. So there it is. So go ahead, Scott.
Awesome.
I already did my spiel.
All right, you already.
I already did it.
All right, man.
Au revoir. Auf Wiedersehen. Sayonara.
Say good night. Yes. All right. Thank you, Scott. See you later, man. See you tomorrow. All right.
You know what? Neil Moritz also did. Well, he's producing the new Highlander thing.
With Cavill.
But he also he's an executive producer on The Boys and Preacher and Happy, which I haven't seen, but I know it falls into that realm of like stylistic.
I think I knew about Preacher, but I didn't know about The Boys.
Rogen and Evan Goldberg, right?
Yeah. Well, and also he was on. Speaking of like the Goldberg, like that's 22 Jump Street. He's a producer on. So he does dip his toe into the I don't know what higher quality realm a little more than I don't know. It's such a weird area to talk about, to be like the Fast and Furious franchise is great, but it's like such a commercial.
No, I get what you mean. Like you were saying before, like there's a Fast and Furious version, but there's also a Scorsese version.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it. I totally
not that
get
this
that.
is not that like Sonic the Hedgehog or Bloodshot or what was the other one that I was 22 Jump Street are like the Scorsese version, but like there is an element of like a filmic care that is there that is more so than like Fast and Furious is like intentionally almost slapstick. Like
it sucks when it comes to video game adaptations. I'm like, there's so much potential in a Max Payne because when that came out, you were saying, Steven, you were like, when you probably saw that, you probably like me, like, fuck yeah, they're doing a Max Payne movie. And then it just, when all the pieces came together and you watch, you're like, yeah, Mark Wahlberg, not a good casting choice. And then I appreciated what they attempted. Who directed that? But I don't even know who directed that. But they tried to be like, hey, okay, you know how you played that game where people were like all addicted to this drug that you were going through? Like, when you were like going
it was Neil Moritz. No, I'm joking.
Oh, okay. But it was funny because you play the game and it's like there's like this drug that everybody's getting addicted to. And then when you're going through like a Hell's Kitchen kind of scenario to try to figure out who killed your fucking family, everybody's all tripping out. And then we're like, hey, we're going to show what these fucking drug addicts are seeing. They're going to see angels and demons. And you're kind of going, okay, that would be cool for like maybe one scene, but you're doing the whole fucking movie about this and you're selling it.
It
like
was
with all these
such a hard-boiled, and like part of that, and like they had that element in the game, but it was much like you said, they didn't show it as much.
Yeah.
Which made it scary because there's this like stuff happening in the shadows that like you don't know what's in the shadows.
Yeah, you'd like approach somebody and they're tripping out and they're saying stuff and you're like, what the fuck is happening right now?
Yeah. And it would be in a cemetery or in like a slaughterhouse, in places that are like lean on the horror element, but never quite hit that button on the nose, which gives you this level of suspense of like you wouldn't be shocked if like a dead body got up and attacked you, but also you're grounded in the fact that like that's probably not going to happen. But also he's got an alcohol and pill problem that make you be like, even if it does happen, do I trust my like? And then it was just such a. You know how people talk about like Batman v Superman, and they're like, that was the biggest. I was crushed when I walk out of that, and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking
that
about.
was totally
That was my Max Payne.
Yes. I mean, even at the end when they try to do like, hey, we got to inject that bullet time thing they do in the game, and then they do it, and then I was like, all right, you waited till the final act to fucking do that, and it's not even that good. Sweet.
I followed the Max Payne quotes Twitter account recently, and so I've been on a little bit of a Max Payne.
And it was like so miscast. Like, Mark, you're gonna get Mark Wahlberg? I mean, no.
I still kind of defend that choice. I feel like that could have, but there is a I mean, look at Mark Wahlberg's like whole filmography. Like, there's a version of
I mean, I guess
like there's a version of this character that he's very capable of pulling out in a way that
should have been like a Josh Brolin, man, or something like that. I don't know. Josh Brolin would have been perfect for that.
I mean, if this was if Max Payne was directed by like
Robert Rodriguez,
I mean, like I could see like a Robert Rodriguez doing it with fucking
well, that's when I watched Sin City 2, I was like, God damn, Josh Brolin could either be a Batman or this should have been Max Payne. When his character arc, I was like, shit.
This is where like, and we working at GameStop for 7 years and like being around like gamers and everything, like we had, this was a conversation that came up a lot when we were talking about like adaptations, especially when a new one would come out, and we just learned like
Snyder's Max Payne.
We learned long ago that the problem with that, Zack Snyder doing any video game movie,
pretty much. I mean, he could
but like the issue is that, you know, like how when you have like when you talk about taking liberties with the source material, it's almost like with a video game, it's either way more liberties taken or there's more of the studio saying you have to do it this way because it's a video game and not a movie.
Well, I think the mistake often made is the assumption of, you always have to ask the question of why is somebody watching this? And I feel like studios too often assume someone is watching it because of playing the game.
Right.
And not because of experiencing the story of the game. And so something like Max Payne, which like is one of the more cinematic games I've ever played, where you play it and like it's one of the few games where I would watch like a playthrough on YouTube. Like I gladly like look up a YouTube playlist of all the cutscenes because of all the the great dialogue and stuff. And it's like you have a script in the game that you can follow. And,
every time, and
there's a lot of games where it's like, how do you do that? Because you got to cut out these long action scenes that might quite make sense. No, you could take the game and pretty easily cut it down into a movie without being like, why is there this long puzzle in the middle? Like, because you could just cut the puzzle and the story stays intact. And yet they missed the point on that. But real quick, you know who would be an awesome Max Payne? Walton Goggins.
Oh my God, you're right. You are absolutely correct on that. Because you know what was great about Max Payne, like in that first Max Payne, was the fact that he's like, he had that noir-ish kind of like, but he wasn't quite like fucking.
Well, Goggins has that level of like grit, but also he recognizes the irony of the grit.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to say. And like he's wearing like,
whereas Max Payne would be like, I'm a drunk, but I appreciate the irony in me being a drunk.
It would also kind of go against his. It would kind of go against his typecast.
Yes,
Goggins is like so mad. He's.
But you know what's great about Goggins?
When I saw.
I've always thought he's great, but like what he did in Fat Man was like next level.
That's great.
When he showed up on a horse in that one scene in Django, I was like, of course. Like it just made sense. It's like, of course he's in this movie.
He's got a lot of range.
I'm gonna hate him.
What's funny about that is like I got familiar with Walter Goggins. The first time was with Major League 3 Back to the Minors. I don't know if you guys watched that.
He's in that. Yes,
he's in that movie. That was the first time I ever got acquainted with
and Corbett.
And like they brought what's his name who played Pedro Serrano back into
they brought Dennis Haysbert back. Yes.
Yeah, it was and Ted McGinley was like the Minnesota coach. It was stupid fucking movie. And they brought in Bob Uecker. Even Bob, there's like literal tape. There's like audio of Bob Uecker, even talking shit about that movie. I've heard it many times on ESPN when they do a Bob Uecker thing. He goes like, yeah, we did that with Major League 3. And like his co-host was like, how was that movie? It sucked. Don't even watch it. Like Bob Uecker, who was, because he was like, he was in all 3 major leagues.
Right.
He does not like the third one at all.
Because it
was horrible.
Yeah, it wasn't on the same
level. Didn't make sense. It made no sense to bring, like, why is Bob Uecker, who is like voicing the Indians, all of a sudden voicing a minor league team? It's like, what the fuck did that make any sense? And then Pedro Serrano, who was like a home run hitter, is now in the minors at 40 years old. What the fuck? None of it made sense. None of it made sense.
I thought the subtitle would fix it. Back to the minors.
Ooh, but then but Walter Goggins was in there, and that was the first time I've ever been acquainted to Walter Goggins. And all of a sudden, he's like in so many movies that he shows up, and I'm always happy when I see him because he's got those big teeth, and
that's why, because Max Payne has that that weird.
I like that casting.
Which, speaking of the expressions, I think Goggins is a better fit and would totally do it. But another one that would be a little more out of left field, but would be great if he wanted it, is Michael Shannon.
Interesting. I like that too.
Because so many of you look at him, like the eyebrows and this crazy
the voice for sure.
The voiceover, because Max Payne needs that fucking noir voice,
which also serves Goggins though, because Goggins has that.
But I can totally hear Shannon going, "The pills would ease the pain." Yeah, like I can hear him say that right now.
Yeah,
yeah.
Oh my
God. But he's never really like.
I think I like Goggins.
That feels very not like something Shannon would. Not that Shannon is like super. I don't know. It just doesn't quite fit him. Although
he's never done like the action,
the solo
solo action,
he'll be a supporting character in that movie, not a leading character. Yeah. But I think I think
he'd be like a
he'd be an interesting. Exactly. Yeah, well, that would be interesting. I would be way more interested in the Goggins version.
Yeah, I think Goggins
that would be.
Goggins would do it,
and people would go crazy for that because that would give him his like John Wick nobody kind of franchise.
Shield fans would watch it. Justified fans would watch it. You know what I mean? Like fans of the Shield, fans of Justified would totally go see it. Right, like anybody.
Yeah. I know. I'm like,
whoever's got the movie rights or the series rights, to be honest,
it should be
to Max Payne. Let's make that happen.
There's
hashtag Goggins for Max.
There's 3 Max Paynes. You could totally make that into
and the third. It's perfect for like a trilogy too. As someone in the comments said that the third film is so different, but it would work. Because it's like set in Brazil, which is
Max Payne. 3 would be.
Which I'll be honest, I don't remember the final mission other than the fact that it was very much like a Die Hard. It was like the Die Hard version of Max Payne in the sense that
I didn't play 3 actually.
Man, it is.
I played 1 and 2. I didn't play.
It's
3.
it breaks almost all the rules of the other games, and where it is like it's a totally different vibe, but what it does with the character, if you're invested in the character, is so. And honestly, I'll say the gameplay is better too. It mixes things up a lot, but it's one of the few games where you play and you're like, this is totally not like the other ones, but it works. And the more and more you get into it, the more and more into the things, the way they abandoned some of the trappings of the.
I remember one of the funniest things playing the first Max Payne. This was like,
and again, it's a game that I'd watch as a movie, like on YouTube, if I just watched the cutscenes.
Oh yeah, 100%, because it played out. It was like in like that,
but
with the comic book, like
exactly.
the panels and shit.
And it's got that Die Hard effect too, where like by the end of the movie, you're like, oh man, this dude like needs a shower.
Yeah,
he needs like he's got that he got shot in the shoulder, and that's been
unfortunately. Max Payne, and I say unfortunately because of how it's ended up now. Max Payne it's the same distributor, 20th Century Fox.
Oh, of course.
So
a rock star. But one of the funny. I remember like one of the funniest things that when during that the final levels.
Oh, that hurts.
When you were like when you're like in that tower, when you're in that tower and you're like trying to like get to where to get to the big boss or like the resolution of the story. I remember one of the funniest things that happened was because, obviously, like one of the biggest selling points of Max Payne was the bullet time shit. It was like you either had like temporary bullet time where you're diving and you're shooting, or you could just hit bullet time and you could just fucking go, pew, pew, do all whatever. One time, like I remember there was like you were like gonna have to go into this room where a bunch of guys were at, and they were like back behind this like turned over table shooting at you. And I remember I was like, all right, I'm going to go into this room. I'm going to hit bullet time and I'm going to go. I didn't realize I didn't have my gun pulled out. I had a grenade. I had a grenade pulled out. So I hit bullet time and I run into this room full of dudes and I hit the trigger button and I throw a grenade. Max Payne throws a grenade. And it was the funniest thing because the grenade throws in bullet time and it hits one of the guys in the head and it goes boom, and he goes, ow! And I was like, I dropped my controller and started cracking up, and of course died because I was just like, how did I do that? And it was the funniest fucking thing that I've ever done in a video game before because it was all in slow motion where I literally threw a grenade and it hit a guy in the head and he went, boom, ah! And he like reacted to it. It was hilarious. It was so fucking hilarious. I will never forget that because I was all pumped up, like, all right, I'm going to do this. And I fucking didn't have my gun pulled out. I had a grenade.
That's fantastic.
It was hilarious. It was so hilarious.
That is outstanding. We were talking about GTA earlier and like Grand Theft Auto 4. I remember there's a mission where you've got to go kill a dude at a basketball court. And the thing is like, because your main character is not, American, like he's trying to talk to this dude and he can't figure out, like the whole point is that it's lost in translation. So you've got to go and take a picture of this dude and send it to him. Yeah. And then he'll tell you which one it is. Right. Yeah. And so when you get there, I mean, they're wearing a bunch of different colors, but one of them is just wearing like all yellow. Like just all yellow, right? And like you take the picture, you send it, and the dude calls back and he's like, he's the one that looks like a fucking canary. And I was like, oh, all right, the dude in yellow, pop. And then that's it. And it was just like, okay, all right. Or there was another mission where like you've got to kill the lawyer. Yeah. But the thing is, his security is like so like high caliber that you literally have to like upload a fake resume and get a job interview. And then they set the job interview up, you put on your suit, you go in there, and when you go into the office, you pull out your gun and he's just playing it off like, oh, okay, it's a nice gun, whatever. Like he's just completely aloof to the idea that you're there to shoot him. And then you shoot him and then the security shows up and it's like, okay, let me get the fuck out of the building. But yeah.
Those games, damn. They're so good.
This is more video game talk than I thought we were going to have tonight, which is good.
It happens.
No, it's good because I really didn't want to spend that long talking about the shit that happened this week.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Well,
that's what happens when I don't game for like 3 years and then I play like all of Sleeping Dogs.
You know what? I mean, like, there's so many games coming out next year. I'm like, I'm gonna have to get.
I almost exclusively play older games anymore, just because.
Yeah.
A, it's cheaper, and B, there's like I just haven't. I mean, especially being a dad, like, they just don't have time to hit a bunch of stuff, and so it's like, okay, what would I rather do? Like, invest in everything I need to like get a new system and new games that I am not gonna have time to like actually properly play, or like get Sleeping Dogs for $10 and like.
What's funny too is like you can literally download all these old games onto your phone, like an emulator or whatever the fuck now.
Or I got a Raspberry Pi and built a arcade emulator out of it.
Yeah,
where I've got like every GBA game and Nintendo, Super Nintendo, and all that, and I've been playing like old Final Fantasy games. And
Shonda and I, like earlier this year, because Mass Effect Legendary Edition came out and back in May, and we both love that franchise, so we both like went through. It's the first time I've ever played like all 3 games like in a linear fashion, like all the way through, because there was like a 2 or 3 year gap between the games when they actually released, and they're remastered because it's for like Xbox One and then like Series X. She has a One, I have a Series X, and so it's like going through that whole franchise again. It was like, God, I love this franchise. Where's the 4th fucking game?
I've been really tempted to replay the series because of that, but I haven't purchased the remastered ones, and I'm like, don't play it until you're like ready to purchase the remastered ones, because otherwise I'm not going to want to put the time in again, and I'm just going to miss out on the remastered.
And there's I mean, I think I spent more time going through the remastered than I did originally the first time going through the games, because it was like, especially like when you get to the third game, because like, I mean, there's a ton to do in all of them, but in the third game there's actually like a progression linearly where if you don't do things because of the war, if you don't do things in a certain order, you won't get to do them later.
I think the third game was one of the first games that I was like really specific about hitting 100% completion on like first playthrough. Because
you wanted the ending. You wanted the.
I thought I thought there was an ending I was gonna get. Which is part of, but because like even I remember the mobile game would add to your, what was the score called? The Galaxy Preparedness score or something?
They called it Galactic Readiness. It's now totally, because the in the in the remastered Legendary Edition, like all the multiplayer component is gone, and now they just call it like war assets. And so, but here's the other thing, Steven, is like all DLC for all 3 games is open and available to you. There's like nothing like closed off. Like you get, so there was DLC that we didn't even know was in the first game that we played for the first time, and there was a bunch of stuff in the third game that we never played, like Leviathan and some of the Silver Sun, like that whole arcade version of the Citadel where it's like got the like all this other like that crazy story with him in his apartment and the clone and all that stuff. Like,
well, that was the added on one, right? Where, because people were like upset that you didn't get like some kind of a last hurrah with the team, and so they're like, well, here's a chance to like have a house party with your crew, so that
it was like none of that, like we never played any of that way back when the game first came out. All of that is there, so like there's nothing like you can play everything. So like 100% completion is like plus DLC.
Yeah.
So, but it was awesome.
Sounds like it is. I think it's a good place to wrap it up. We're almost 4 hours in. Steven's now hitting off of what was that? A protein shake that you were hitting?
Oh, it was a matcha.
Okay.
It's a matcha tea that I made.
That was totally a blender bottle cup, though.
I know. Yeah. I was like, wait, you were hitting off of course, your.
No, because it's the right size. Yeah, the blender bottle is just like the right size to do like a full blender.
Because it had that thing in the middle, right? The little thing that kind of mixes it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, because it's okay. So I guess if we're interested in the drink, it's a vanilla almond milk with matcha and blueberries blended with ice. And a little bit of lime juice. And so, but because it's got the blueberries and stuff, I just leave the blender ball in there because otherwise it settles. Right.
And
because I recognize that sound. I was like, wait. I was like, ding, ding. And I was like, okay.
I just looked over and I was like, oh, there's some left in that. I don't want to waste it. I can't just like leave that here. So.
Oh man, you're gonna be up all night with your cold brew and mix with that.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I would probably anyways, but I gotta be up at 7.
I know. Like, when do you fucking sleep, dude? You know what's funny is like last week you were yawning. You were like totally just.
I go in spurts where like I'll sleep like 5 hours or less a night, and then I'll just sleep like. I'll get like a ton of sleep like a bunch of days in a row, and then I missed a bunch of vodka streams because like for a few weeks I was like at like 7 o'clock on Friday. I was like, yeah.
Not happening. I know you. Yeah, I know you missed for like almost like a month.
Yeah.
You know, I figured I was like, all right, he's probably catching sleep, maybe.
Yeah.
No, it's all
I
good.
also learning to master the art of taking like a power nap makes a huge difference at like in the evening.
Dude,
especially if you've got kids, you put them down at like 8:30 or whatever.
Or you
take
need
a 30 45 minute nap.
Dude,
like that 30-minute nap feels like 4 hours of sleep if you time it right.
Yes.
Like
there's an episode of, this has been done on other shows, there's an episode of Big Bang Theory where like Howard and Bernadette, like this is after they have the second kid, they've got the 2 kids in the house, and I think they just got them down or whatever, and they were in the kitchen, and it was like, so we've got some time. It's like, you want to just do it right here on the table? Yeah, all right.
And then they just put their heads down.
They just put their heads down and rest. And sleep on the table.
No. Like everybody got a power nap. I mean, there's studies that say this. It literally reboots your brain. You take a 20 to 30 minute. If you go to an hour, you're fucked. You do an hour nap, you're gonna wake up all like a zombie.
I've always been like fascinated with because I've always been hate sleeping. I mean, I love sleeping, but that's why I hate it, because I know once I'm out, I'm out.
Yeah.
And so I've always wanted to adopt like a roving sleep schedule where like the ones that I've read that
when he was like 4 hours.
The ones that I've read that people that do the best is like every 4 hours you take a 30-minute nap or whatever. And which is awesome, and I'm like, that would be cool, except the problem is like if you miss a 30-minute nap, it's like all of a sudden your body acts like you pulled an all-nighter. And I'm like, I don't have that kind of rigidity in my schedule to like be able to pull that off.
No,
but
because you know what would happen, you'd get locked into something, and before you know it, oh shit, boom. And then
exactly. But like my brain, especially with kids, my brain, like once everybody is in bed and the house is quiet and it's like I wind down for the night, and then it's like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, midnight or whatever, and all of a sudden my brain is like, here's all the shit you didn't have the mental capacity to think about during the day. And all of a sudden I'm like, oh, now I can do all the stuff that I've been. And it's like, okay, so either I use this energy and like write and clean and like get stuff done, or I sleep and wake up in the morning well rested so that I can feel like I'm being blocked from achieving my goals all day until midnight tomorrow night, at which point I'm like, oh, now I can do all the things that I've been struggling to do all day. And it's like, okay, so either I do it now and feel like shit tomorrow, or I just like don't do it and hope that I'll find the time tomorrow. And I'm always very much like a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Like, go for it.
No, man. I mean, there's something about that power nap. I always tell people, I'm like, don't go anymore. I mean, if you get to an hour, you're gonna fuck yourself. You're gonna fuck yourself.
I found there's some awesome YouTube videos I found that are like, it'll be like a 30-minute guided power nap.
Yep.
Where it'll do some narration and stuff, but it also has to be music. But it'll prime you at the beginning to be like, when the nap is done, you'll hear a ding, and it'll just be like a soft ding or whatever. But it primes you so that you're you don't quite get into like REM sleep. So like you're getting rest and you're asleep, but not asleep enough to the point that like at the end it does that like soft ding, and I'm actually like, oh, I'm up. And since I'm not into like a full REM cycle, my body isn't like in shutdown mode.
Yeah, it's like the kick from Inception.
Yeah,
pretty much. No, I mean, like they even say like a good power nap will reboot your brain. And that's what it feels like when you do that. You're like, holy shit! All of a sudden, I'm like, you just get rejuvenated, and you're like, hey, wait a minute, hey, everything's not so bad. Let's go, guys. Let's go.
We covered a big range of topics tonight.
Yeah, we have. We definitely have.
Yeah.
This one's definitely been all over the place.
We had to. See, we were not talking 4 hours about that shit.
No, we I mean, the main topics, of course, but we weren't gonna like. And we had, it started off intense with Garza. It did get intense. It did get intense, but it was healthy debate. That's what I like. Well, that's what I was hoping for. Healthy debate.
It started, and I was just like, Steven, and then Garza was just like,
yeah,
that's further than I was going to go.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I knew when it was funny when I saw Garza pop in, I was like, okay, it's gonna be that kind of stream. And sure enough, he came up guns blazing. When it was like he was like, "Hey, Steve, Christopher Nolan's dictates." I was like, "Oh, okay, definitely gonna be that stream."
It's fine. I mean, it's funny because like, I don't know, like. Pick someone who's gonna like take the bait on that. I guess like it's funny, but also like if you think it's funny because I just sit there and don't say anything about it, then I guess enjoy that. But also like it's gonna be like I'm not interested in having that side of the discussion. So like go ahead and say whatever you want about what I do to Chris Nolan's underpants.
I mean, it's Garza. Of course, he's gonna go very explicit. You know that.
Yeah, exactly. Which like I don't care about it. It's like, okay, well, let's just wait until he's done saying that, and then we'll talk about like box office numbers and.
It was a good discussion about.
For the record, that wasn't the 50% of his position that I was agreeing with. It was not that part of it.
Figured. Yeah, I think we all. No, but go ahead, Ray. Go ahead and plug yourself.
At the Flightcast, my weekly show, theflightcast.com, which this week, it's a rant about Nolan and the Villeneuve stuff. It's totally recorded it before I signed on to this. So that's coming out tomorrow on Saturday. That's at theflightcast.com, and it's also wherever podcasts are available. Of course, I'm on Twitter. I'm trying to argue less. I am, believe it or not. I'm trying to argue less with people on Twitter. I also still have Fans Without Borders on Squadcast Media, and also Scott and I we did a new episode of DCTV Squadcast. We reviewed this first season of Superman and Lois, which all of you Superman fans that are whining about no Superman stuff, fucking watch the show.
I know. I gotta finish.
It's actually,
yeah.
It is actually. I call it Man of Steel 20 years later. That's what I call it. It's that kind of a show. Like, it really is a win.
I see that
for Superman fans. But Scott and I, he's got some even hotter takes than that in that particular episode. But yes, that is where you can find me.
There it is. All right, Steven.
Yeah, I'm Stephen Colbert. Oh, you got the vodka stream covering up my name, and
I know, right? I know. I feel bad about that. I'm like, I got that overlay right there. There
we go.
Yeah.
You can find me at SM Colbert on Twitter, and you can find my writing at Screen Rant, especially if you want to know more in depth, sort of what I said about Christopher Nolan. I wrote this week why Warner Brothers losing Christopher Nolan is such a big deal. That was a big one. Talked a lot about Jeff Robinov and the end of the end of Warner Brothers' age of prioritizing director relationships. No, there will still be director-driven movies, but the director-first mentality, I think this marks the end of that era. And then also what we talked about tonight with the pandemic deal and how that changes the future of movies. Also a fun one earlier this week, which didn't get as much play just because it went up and then all the Nolan stuff happened, so I didn't talk about it. But fun little factoid is BVS's Rotten Tomatoes score went up because of the Snyder Cut by 1%.
Wow.
But still an interesting,
how much percent?
Just by 1. But
that was something
so 20,
that we were,
is that 28?
29.
29. Okay.
You wonder how much it would have bumped up, 4 years ago.
I know, right?
Because that's something we were talking about back then.
Exactly, which is why it seems like such a trivial thing where I was writing it and I was like, the point is not that because even at this rate, it's still averaging 35% or something like that. So it's not like it's going to pull it up into fresh territory. Right. But the point is that to point out that there is a evolving perception and that some of the reviews that pulled the score up were a direct result of people rewatching it and recontextualizing it because of the Snyder Cut, which is the relevant aspect. But anyway, I thought that was interesting. I've been doing a lot of Rotten Tomatoes stuff like that, so check out my my stuff this week if you're interested in those. And then SnyderMinute.com for all of my podcast with Andrew Dice.
I will read anything you write that points out the fallacies of Rotten Tomatoes.
Exactly. I think we all would. All right, guys. Yeah, this has been fun. Thank you to Garza. Thank you to Scott. Thank you to anybody. Well, that was it. That just showed up tonight. I was trying to remember. I was like, anybody else show tonight? No. But yeah, make sure you guys smash that thumbs up button before you leave. And subscribe to the channel. If you want to become a member, the member button is there. Join. And then there's the Patreon. It's all down below. Even with the, the Film Junkie Closet, you want to check all the merchandise out. I was hoping new Vodka stream shirts, which essentially is just the logo that I was covering Steven's stuff right there. That I put that on a shirt.
You love slapping that on everything.
Yeah, I know. Why not? It's just right there. It was kind of funny because there was some times where I was going man, Steven almost looks like he's talking into the vodka bottle right there. And I'm like, I should put put a little microphone on the bottle. Maybe I'm like, maybe I should add to the fucking design right there. I don't know. It's pretty cool. But anyways, guys, we appreciate you guys listening to us for all this time. And we will talk to you, we'll be here next week, of course. See you later.